Aluhu.
Aluhu.
Eshadala Henimune Abotenu. Abraham Yeska Mirako. Atakwados Wishamekados Barushemeka Olam Mahe. Washaman Bene Israel El Shabbat Lasso El Shabbat Ledolo Tam Bene Olam. Beni Bene Israel Otis Olam. He said Shikman Shabai Washamayim. Where to Ades Subayom must be Shabbat Wainabash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Tulateka, Baruch Kushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Enoch Olam Mahe. Baruch Shekabol Makutu Olam Mahe. Baruch Kabol Olim Mikumon Leke Yom. Aluhu Olam Mahe. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and blesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High, his work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
The Torah, which means instructions. Instructions, right? And who established and came up with these instructions? Who established and came up with these perfected ways? God, the Creator, the Most High, right? And in order to put these ways into effect, you got to believe in God, the one that gave us these laws, commandments, and statutes, the one that showed us the way that we should be before God to be accepted by him. Because there's only one way to be accepted by the Creator. There's only one way to be accepted by God, and that's only by adhering to his laws, commandments, and statutes. So while we are adhering to these laws, commandments, and statutes, while we are taking heed to ourselves, because that's the main thing in life. That's the main thing in life. We must take heed to oneself, because you turn you away from God. You will turn your own self away from God. Don't blame nobody. Don't blame him. Don't blame her. Don't blame them. They don't blame nobody. Blame yourself. Blame yourself. Why? Because people tend to find fault. People tend to find fault and use the fault that they found to cause them to turn away from God. I didn't turn away from God. Yes, you're turning away from God. Why? Because I pulled back from his laws. Because I deviated from his laws. Because I deviated from his commandments. Because I deviated from his statutes and his judgments and his ways. And I point the finger. Now this book, right, shows us what? How to live. It shows us how to live. How God prescribed for man and woman to live. This book shows us how to die. This book shows us what we can do. And the things that we do that will bring death into our lives. That's what this book shows us. The things we do to live, and there are things that we can do that will bring death to us. That will bring death to us. But we don't believe this. We don't believe it. And we turn on our guide. Because when we're doing these laws, commandments, and statutes, you need a guide. You need a guide. You need someone to show you because you don't know how to follow God. You don't know where to find God at. You don't know where to start, how to begin. Because in serving God, there are steps and stages in serving this God, this holy God, this holy creator who has sanctified and separated himself. And because the creator is so sanctified and separated and holy, he gave us laws, commandments, and statutes so we can sanctify and separate ourselves and become holy. You can't be holy here. Who says so? Who says so? All it takes is a made-up mind. That's all it takes. Make your mind up. What God you want to serve. But most people tend to turn away from this because there's a lot of restrictions. It restricts you from doing the things that you like to do. It restricts you from doing the things that you desire. It restricts you from having a destructive mentality. Where the destructive mentality, you end up destroying yourself. Where the destructive mentality, you end up destroying others. I can destroy people with the way I think. We live our lives in two parts. We live our lives in two parts. What are the two parts that we live our lives in? Two things. We sow and then we reap. We sow and then we reap. Whatever you pull out, you're going to reap it. Now, when you decide to change, that's not going to change. When you have decided to change your ways and get better with God, whatever you sowed, you're still going to continue to reap what you sowed. The method still is going to continue. But the only way to really figure this thing out, have you really changed? Have you really changed? You can't change in 3 months. You can't change in 6 months. You can't change in a year. This takes, like God said, this takes time. This takes time through steps and stages and through temptations. He said, prepare thy soul for temptation when you come to serve God. That covers a wide spectrum. When you have come to serve God, when you have made your mind up to serve God, or when you have not, you didn't make your mind up, but you decided and said, well, you know what? Let me give this a chance. Let me try this out. Because even though you're trying it out, you didn't make your mind up with the lifestyle that you're trying out. You're just here. You're just here, but you still ain't make your mind up because at the blow of the wind, you're gone. At the blow of the wind, you're going left. At the blow of the wind, you don't turn left. So you didn't make your mind up all the while you were sitting here. Let me see what you do when God blow on you. Let me see what you do when certain situations occur. What actions you take in your life when certain things happen. What actions you take? Do the actions you take detour you away from doing God's laws, commandments, and statutes? That's why it's very few that's going to be saved with God. It's very few that God's going to save. You know why? Because each and every one of you want to turn with the wind. Whatever direction the wind blows, that's where you go. Whatever direction the wind blows, that's where you go. Can't be flimsy with God, man. You can't be flimsy with the Creator. We got to stand on this. We got to stand on this, man. And stop. Let's go to Exodus 21. Let's go into the law.
Exodus chapter 21.
Uh-huh.
Now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them.
Now these are the judgments which what?
Which thou shalt
set before them. This is my judgments. These are my ordinances. These are my laws. These are holy laws, statutes, and commandments that God has set for man to live by. Okay? For man to live by. And we cannot read this with forward thoughts, thinking opposite from the mindset of God. Because people tend to do that. I don't agree with this. I don't think this. Well, that's why God's thoughts is far away from your thoughts. God's ways is far away from your ways. We are profane. We are degenerates. Not the Creator. The Creator is not profane. The Creator is not a degenerate. The Creator is trying to show you how not to be profane by taking heed to his laws, commandments, and statutes. The Creator is trying to show you what mentality we should have so that we can be accepted by God. Because how a person thinks tends to show in your actions. The way you think shows in your actions. God shows us what good is. I said God shows us what good is. And God shows us what evil is. So when people do things, coordinate it with the mind of God. Did this person, the first question, did this person violate the commandments of God? Or did this, and if it is in a violation, did the person do it? Because we can't go off of assumptions. We got to go off of proof. Let's read.
Verse 2. If thou buy a Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve.
Now, listen here now. This was a means of, what's the word? Employment. This was employment back in the days. It wasn't too much employment back then. You either had your own field, your own vineyard, your own field, or if I'm doing that bad, I will give myself up to be a maidservant. If I'm doing that bad, I will sell my daughter to be a maidservant. And then at the end of the 7th year, I can go get her back. I can go release her and receive my daughter back. But when the maidservants, at the 7th year, he gets furnished liberally out of the flocks. So now he's able to take care and fend for himself and get a wife and have children and have inheritance that he can leave for his children. That's why these things was done. But we was prohibited not to make slaves out of each other. Maidservants was let go. We could only make slaves out of foreigners, aliens. That's it. That's what God said. And nothing that God said is evil. Nothing that we read here that God said we are able to do is evil. But you know what's the problem? You know what's the problem? You cannot serve God. We cannot serve God with this type of mentality. Always looking to be defensive. That's another thing. We conversate to solve.
Right.
You understand? This is what I notice with man, woman, relationships, marriage couples. We conversate to solve. Don't listen to be defensive, because we ain't going nowhere. That is our problem between brother, sister, marriage couples, relationships, anything. Why do we listen to be defensive? Why don't we listen to solve? Okay, well, this is what happened. This is what happened. We solved this issue by doing this, and let's move forward. I don't have time to dwell on issues. I don't have time to stay stuck on issues. I don't have time to be dragging issues out. Because as you get older, time moves forward and starts to progress. And I don't have time for that. I don't have time to be sticking on issues. Why what you said gotta be right? Why? Why what you said has to be right? Why? Why can't you be wrong in what you said? Why do we go on with just feelings and emotions when your feelings and emotions could be wrong? Because God said you don't have no proof. There's no proof in what you're feeling. I have not gave you a reason to feel this way. Stop solving issues being defensive. We cannot solve problems, issues being defensive. Tamshi.
If thou buy a Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve.
If you buy a Hebrew servant, 6 years shall he serve.
And in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing.
You know what's going to accumulate in 6 years? Do we really realize what can be accumulated in 6 years? Jacob served Laban 7 years for the flock. 7 years. Do we really realize what he accumulated in that 7th year? Then he had to serve another 7 years because he got tricked. He got tricked. Laban went. It was dark. Gave him Leah. She said, listen. When he woke up, he said, this is not the woman I worked for. I didn't want you. Gave me Leah. I asked you for Raquel. But Laban played games with him. He said, it is not in our custom to give the younger before the elder. Then why didn't you tell me that? Why you kept that out? Yeah. Tell me that everything was going on. Don't hold back and keep out and keep this out. Don't do that. Go ahead, read.
If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself.
If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. So now I done gave myself to serve this master or to serve you. I didn't come with nothing. You leave with nothing. How you come with nothing and want to leave with tangible things that you didn't come with? But notice one thing. This is the law for servitude. People get this misconstrued and confused with servants, and wives. This is not the, we're not talking about duty of a wife. This is talking about maid and men servants. Men and maid servants. Let's read.
If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him.
If you come in with your wife, you leave with your wife. It's only right. It's only fair. It's only fair. Don't come in with nothing and want to leave with abundance. The only time you end up leaving with something, you have to stay the whole 6 years. Then at the 7th year, you will leave. You'll get furnished liberally with everything that you work for, because that was the duty. Go to work so I can leave with cattle and inheritance, so I can fend for myself, so I can take care of myself. And that was the mindset then. And it's supposed to be the mindset now. We don't have maid service and all that stuff today, but you got to go work so that in time, when you get older, you're able to fend for yourself. Get a wife. Give inheritance out to your children. Why are you looking for a wife and you ain't working? Why are you looking for a wife and you're not working? But then you find you a woman and then beat the woman in the head to go on welfare. EBT. Eat better tomorrow. EBT. And when the woman don't go to get the EBT, you on her more than she's on it. No good. Let's read.
Verse 4. If his master have given him a wife, and she have borne him sons or daughters.
If his master has given him a wife, and she has borne him sons or daughters.
The wife and her children shall be her master.
The wife and her children belongs to the master. Oh, how? That's his word. He should be able to live. You don't know the mindset of God. The man came there by himself. He came empty-handed. You can't leave with something that the master gave you. That wife that the master gave you don't belong to you. The children that came while you was with this woman don't belong to you. Let's read.
The wife and her children shall be her masters, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out.
Now the servant said, I love who? I love my master.
My wife.
I love my wife.
And my children.
I love my children.
I will not go out free.
I will not go out free. So now this master is a good master. He's not an evil master. This is a master that knows how to treat his servants. This is a master that knows how to treat people that's working for him. Basically, the master did not take advantage of the servant. He didn't oppress him while he was serving him. He considered the servant, even being his master. Learn the ways of God. I can be over you, but it don't mean I have to stop considering you. I can be above you, but I still have the mindset to consider you. You don't put that in your mind that I'm above you and I don't have to. Then that's it. No, that's it. But that's not the ways of David. That's not the ways of God. That's not the way that David moved. That's not the way that God moved. God is the eternal one. Creator of heaven and earth. But he considered Israel still being above everything. That's the mindset of a righteous man.
David said these people are sheep.
That's the mindset of the righteous man. Of a man of a righteous God, and that's the mindset of a righteous man. Go ahead, read.
Then his master shall bring him unto the judges.
Then his master shall bring him unto the judges. We had judges back then. Get that out of your mind about the judges today. Because these so-called judges in Israel that claim to be judges, and you don't do what they tell you to do, like I said last week, you can go to the real judge and tell the real judge what's going on, and you're going to get locked up. Judges only came with free people. We are not free today. We're not in our land today. I got to reframe that. Wish we're free. Yeah, we're free. Oh, we ain't free. Why we ain't free? I'm able to go and come as I please. I'm able to buy a ticket and fly anywhere in the world. I'm able to serve and pray to whatever I want to pray. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of everything what I want to do. The only thing we got to do is respect the government's law, the laws of the government. Don't get caught selling crack on the corner because they're going to lock you up. Don't get caught running up in the store looting because you're going to get locked up. Don't get caught robbing because they're going to lock you up. Don't do nothing against the government because they're going to lock you up. But besides that, you're free. This is not slavery. And people tend to misconstrue what slavery is from exile. So look those two words up. And it's two completely opposite words. Complete opposite words. Tamshi.
That his master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him to the door.
That his master shall bring him to the judges, and he shall also bring him to the door.
Or unto the doorpost. And his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever.
Now, mind you now, I didn't never read about men having earrings. The ones that had earrings was the ones that were servants to their masters. And when they had decided to serve their master, then they would take that servant, take him to the doorpost of his master, and bore his head through with it all. And now he serves him forever. Go ahead.
And if a man shall sell his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the man's servant.
Right, the daughter don't go out like the men's servants. The daughter only gets her redeemed, her freedom. Someone has to redeem her. Her next of kin, her father is done with the thing, whatever. He can go to the master and say, yo, I come to redeem my daughter. And you get his daughter back, and that's it. Go ahead, read.
If she please not her master, who have betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. To sell her unto a strange nation, he shall have no power. Seeing he had dealt deceitfully with her.
Tom Sheep.
If he had betrothed her unto his son.
Now, the woman, the maidservant, if you take the maidservant and betroth her to your son, which means she's engaged. Engagement is the same as marriage. If you happen to have sex besides the man that you are engaged with, that is a death penalty on both behalves. The man and the woman must die, but you can't kill them now because we are not in our own land and we're under a different government. We're under different rules. We're under different laws. But the laws of God still stands. That's why we got to be careful with being promiscuous. That's why we got to be careful with being promiscuous. Because God said, what consummates the marriage is sex. But when you have sex, you must have a house. You must have a means of taking care of this woman. But before I have sex with this woman, I got to go to her father. I got to go to her father. Her father's not around. Then the head of the family speak with that person's head and they connect the union. Now I want to substantiate this and put my wife under benefits. So I'll start taking her to the courts, getting paperwork, put her name down on this, put her name down on that, put her name down on this, just in case, God forbid, if the husband died, my woman is safe. And that's the mentality of a man that's taking you serious. If a man is not showing you that type of mentality, then something's wrong. Something is wrong. It's strange. No. It's strange to a person with a heathenistic mentality. Those ways are strange. That's why when you emanate those ways, they question it. They question it. I don't want this. What do you mean you don't want it? I'm trying to set you up in life so that you don't have to want for nothing. Just in the case when God get ready to take my life. That's what my father said. He said, listen, what I'm going to do? He said, what I'm going to do? He said, I got these children. I got my wife. He said, what's going to happen to me if I go? He said, you know what? I'm going to set this up, with the government, boom, 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 set his wife up. So just in case, God forbid, when I go, my wife is set up and she'll have something coming in. Let's read.
If he had betrothed her unto his son.
If he had betrothed her to be unto his son.
He shall deal with her after the manner of daughters.
You betroth her to be your son, to your son. I can't deal with her no more like no servant. She ain't no servant. She's not no maid servant no more. This is my daughter. Huh? This is my daughter. And I gotta treat her as my daughter. Go ahead, read.
If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage, shall he not diminish?
If he takes who?
Another wife.
If he takes who?
Another
wife.
If
he takes him another wife, right? And this is what I came up to also. Having 2 and 3 wives are not for poor people.
That's right.
If you are poor and you don't have the means of taking care of 2 wives and 3 wives, you don't even have the means of taking care of 1. Then you're looking for 2 wives. And the wife has to work. You can't win. You're not gonna win. You gotta let it go, brother. Stop being lustful. Majority of the men are lust. Yeah, lust. That's why you want 2 and 3 wives. You don't want the wife to be a wife, just to be a wife, and you're able to take. Stop, man. Stop. You got 1 wife? Stick to that 1 wife. You ain't got no wife? I'm staying to myself. You know why? You know why? Because that is a decision that the man made with himself. That is the decision that the man made with himself. And he has decided not to be promiscuous and sleep around. Having 2 and 3 wives are for rich people. You ain't rich, you shouldn't be looking for 2 and 3 wives. Because you ain't got the money to sustain 1. Tom Sheet.
If he does not these 3 unto
now
her,
read that over again.
If he take him another wife,
if he take him another wife, right? You cannot diminish her what?
Her food.
Her food. That's 1. I can't go to your first wife and take half of her groceries out the refrigerator to sustain the other wife. Go ahead.
Her raiment.
Her clothes.
Her duty of marriage.
Or not. Her duty of marriage. What is her duty of marriage? This is why sex is important, and we gotta be careful with being promiscuous, because onata or ona means cohabitation in a conjugal sense. In a conjugal sense, right? What is a conjugal sense? The conjugal sense is what? When a couple lives together. That's dangerous. Oh, they ain't married. She ain't got no ring, but they living together. Like they married. In a relationship or in the wife status, whatever, they're living together. In a relationship equivalent to matrimony. Matrimony means marriage. They live together. So they ain't got to be married. They ain't got to be engaged. They're living together and they got kids paying rent under the same roof. You better leave that woman alone. That's too close to comfort. You don't know how God's looking at it. Leave that alone. Let's read.
If he do not these 3 unto her, then shall she go out free without money.
That's only for the maid servants. Only. If he's not providing these 3 to her, then what? She got to let go what? Read that again.
If he does not these 3 unto her, then she shall go out free without money.
Then she shall go out free without money. Tom Sheet.
He that smiteth a man so that he died shall be surely put to death.
He that smiteth a man so that he died. You hit the dude so hard that you dropped him and he lost his life. Right? And that happens a lot. And this is why you got to be careful when you're putting your hands on people. Be careful when you've decided to put your hands on people. Be careful with that. Because you may have struck that person so hard to where he end up losing his life. Then what? Why are you so quick to put your hands on people? Why is that the first thing you resort to put your hands on people? Did they touch you? No. Did they put their hands on you? No. So if that person have not put their hands on you or haven't touched you, they only said what they said, then you got to keep your hands to yourself. Keep your hands to yourself. And when you put your hands on someone, be ready to get hands put on you. But the mentality of these evil and wicked people today, see, when you detour away from the laws, commandments, and statutes, that's when you become evil. That's when you evil, man. That's when you evil. I haven't detoured from the laws. I haven't detoured from his commandments. So why are you calling that person evil? Because he's evil according to your mind. He or she is only evil according to your mindset. But it ain't according to God's mindset. So when you put your hands on people and when you do things to people, be ready for it to be done back to you. That's what God said. You smite out the man tooth, sit down, let me smite your tooth out. You blouse my eyes, sit down, let me blouse your eyes out. If you really want to do law, you spit on me, let me spit back on you. If you really want to do law, why we do things to people and don't want it done back to you? Why? And then when it's done back to you, you ready to go on the outrage, pull swords out, pull weapon out. But what did you do to him? When we're dealing with these laws, commandments, and statutes, brothers, is out the window. When we're dealing with these laws, commandments, and statutes, family is out the window. The only thing that counts is law. So are you sorry? Are you sorry? Do you have a conscience? Are you able to humble yourself and go to the person that you put your hands on and apologize? Are you able to go to the person that you did this offensive treatment to, sit down and let him do it to you? No, you ain't going to do that. So you ain't right. You can't serve God because that's called selfishness. That's called self-interest. Self-interest means you're only concerned with yourself. Y'all bugging, man. Y'all bugging. You think it's just about garment and frontlet. But there's a whole lot of ways and things that we need to cover to get accepted by God. Huh? There's steps and stages in serving God. Stop jumping from kindergarten to grade school. Then you jump from grade school to PhD level. You're in PhD level. And you ain't conquer and perfect grade school. There's steps and stages in serving God, man. And when you jump into grade school, your ways gotta go according to what you're doing. How you doing all this fasting, putting on sackcloth, but you got a stink, nasty, despicable attitude? How? How you putting on frontlet and bracelet and wearing your garment, but your ways stink before God? How? We want to jump all over the book. We want to jump all over the book in different aspects and pick and choose what we want to do and what we don't want to do. But when you smite somebody, be ready to sit down and get smitten. Be ready to sit down and get hit back. Where you get this mentality from? But the book teaches us how to think. This book teaches us how to move. So me personally, I'm not putting my hands on you. I would never put my hands on you. And it would never cross my mind to even put my hands on you. You know why? Because I don't want you hitting me. I don't want you touching me. So why would I want to put my hands on you then? Why? Why, man? Why are we like this? Can't serve God like that. I said we can't serve God being this way. What verse we at?
13.
Let's read it.
And if a man lie not in wait, but God deliver him into his hand.
If a man lie not in wait, ambush. Ambush. Jack in the box. You know Jack in the box? There used to be a big box, and you wind it, and at any given time, when you let go of the winding, it tick, tick, tick. It ain't got to tick all the way to the end. It's a sudden jump out. Bingo! Jack in the box popped out the box. Unexpectedly. Read.
But God delivered him into his hand. Then I will appoint thee a place whither he shall flee.
Okay.
And if a man come,
God delivered him into his hand. Now, after God delivered the person into his hand, then God is going to allow you to escape. He's going to allow you to get to a place where you need to go. To save your life, read.
But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him with guile.
But if a man come presumptuously to do what?
Upon his neighbor.
Upon his neighbor.
To slay him with guile.
To slay him with guile. The word for guile is adma, ayin resh mem hey. It means cunning. It means to achieve things by deceiving others. To achieve things by deceiving people. So my way of achieving or getting what I want, I have to deceive you. I gotta trick you. I gotta make you think it's this way. We should not have that mindset. We should not have this mindset. But it's sad to say that there are people with this mindset. There are people with this mindset. But you know what I'm concerned with? Myself. Because that's what God said. God said, take heed to yourself. God also said to chastise and rebuke. But after I finish chastising and rebuking you, I'm back on myself. So I don't have that mindset to deceive you, to achieve. To achieve things by deceiving you and making you think I'm one way just to receive. That's unjust gain. That's called baza, unjust gain. God hate that. God despised those ways. And how and where did the person, you can't just come up with these things now. How did you formulate in your mind that it's this way? When the person never showed you that. Never. Never showed you that. It's only in your head. Let's read.
But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him with guile, thou shalt take him from mine altar.
Take him from mine altar. Why is it that you run to the altar? You know why? You know why Joab ran to the altar? Because you know cotton picking well, but now you ain't going to kill him on that altar. And the only one that can give and sanction that was the king. Nobody else could sanction that. Have you noticed that Benaiah did not get emotional and slay him? First thing we got to realize, emotions cannot take you over. We always have to be mindful of God first. No matter how much or how bad Benaiah wanted to kill Joab. You know what came to his head? He didn't say he forgot. Oh, I forgot, king. I killed him. I killed him on the altar. Oh, man. No. Because in every actions, in every lifestyle, in everything that we do, we have to be circumspect of God first.
God's laws is wickedness.
We got to be circumspect with God and the Creator first and foremost. First and foremost. We must stay focused on that first. Forget about your emotions and how you feel. Forget about that.
Forget his wickedness.
That's what King David said.
That's what King David said.
Forget about that.
Yeah.
Huh? Forget about your emotions. God first. God and his laws come first. If I move this way, will I be offending God? If I do this, will I be offending God? That's our mentality. King David said to forget. I have not wickedly
forgotten that law. That's right.
King David said, I have not wickedly forgotten thy laws.
That's right.
And when you pull yourself away from God, you end up around things and around people that don't have that godly mindset.
Yeah.
That don't have that godly mindset. So when you're around people or things that don't have that godly mindset, God is not going to be on your mind. I said, God is not going to be on your mind. Because look at what you're surrounding yourself with. God told Abraham, separate yourself. I said, that's what God said. Mm-hmm. God said, separate yourselves from your kinsmen, your relatives, your family. You know why? Because they didn't have the same mindset as Father Abraham. They didn't have the same mindset, objective, and goals in life as Father Abraham. They didn't have that. He was the only one that God saw fit to reveal himself to. And Abraham, in return, snatched up his nephew, which was Lot. And he was to him as a father. He was to Lot as a father to his nephew. This is what nephews, uncles and aunts are. I am an uncle. I'm supposed to be a father to my niece. I'm supposed to be a father to my nephew. Don't treat your niece and your nephew like vagabonds and treat them differently than your own kid. Would you have moved this way with your daughter? No. Would you have moved this way with your own son? No. So why are you treating your niece like that? I said, why are you treating your nephew like that? And in return, the nieces and nephews treat the uncles and the aunts like their parents. Like their parents. Remember Leviticus 10. With Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar, Ithamar, Nadab and Abihu sent up strange fire before God. God consumed them, sent down fire, and the fire was given a command not to consume or burn the clothes. The fire was given a command to just consume the person, just the flesh. Ain't that deep? That is something else. Let's read.
Verse 15.
Verse 15.
And he that smiteth his father or his mother shall be surely put to death.
Hey, listen here. The word for smite, right? What's that, verse 15?
15.
Okay. He that smited his father and his mother. Do we know what smite means? To smite means to hit. You get physical with your parents. I know people that have gotten physical with their parents.
Me too.
I've known men that have got physical with their father.
Oh.
I've known women to get physical with their mother and their father.
Mm-hmm.
And then they justify their actions by what they did.
Mm-hmm.
And because people had this heathenistic mentality, they justify it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no justification when you're hitting your father and your mother.
Uh-huh.
There's no justification when you're smiting your parents.
Damn fool.
There's no justification for that. God said to honor them. God said to glorify them. That's what God said. God never gave a command and said that the parents have to honor them. If your parents want respect, you got to give respect.
Yeah,
that don't stand. God didn't say that.
Yeah.
Wicked people say that.
God did not say that. And I never read that there.
Yeah.
He said, honor and glorify your parents.
Yeah.
But guess what? You do have parents that love your kids.
Of course.
God said that.
Of course.
God said, Abraham, he said, listen, Abraham. He said, I want you to take your son, your only son. He said, whom thou lovest. So you mean to tell me a parent ain't going to love his kid? A parent not going to love his child? Huh? And if a parent truly got love for his children, that means he got a heart. That means he have a heart. Now, I can have a heart for my own, but don't have a heart for yours. You know when that don't transpire? When you're godly.
Okay.
When you're godly.
That
stops that. Because I would have a heart for mine as well if the child is not mine. Because now you're godly and you're treading a godly path. You're treading a godly, holy, and righteous path. Let's read.
Verse 16.
Let's read.
And he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found
he that stealeth a man and sell him. What is that? Kidnap.
Ransom.
Kidnap. I come, I gather you, I take you, throw you in the back of the bus, take you to another nation and sell you. They did that to Joseph, man. I said, that happened to Joseph. They took that man and put him down in the pit. Now, his coat of many colors was upon him. Next thing, his coat of many colors is on the floor somewhere. When they came to go receive him from the pit, he's gone. Reuben looked, he said, man, where am I going? He said, I know who this here. He said, man, I told you I don't touch the lad, man. Didn't I tell y'all that? He said, now, years and years later, after what happened and transpired with Reuben and his 10 brothers, he said, I told you. Guess what? That tell you that Reuben had a conscience. Reuben had a conscience. Years and years later passed. Years done passed when he went to go get food from Egypt. And things transpired. Things transpired and it didn't go as planned the way Pharaoh or Joseph, who they didn't know was Joseph, how they was treating him. He said, see, man, I did not tell y'all, don't touch the lad, man. You know what that means? These people were not sinful. They were able to backtrack and pinpoint where certain things transpired.
Where does bad come from?
Where this evil thing transpired. Where this came from. Because guess what? Like I said before, whatever you sow, you're going to reap. You better believe that. Whatever you put out, it's going to come back. Whatever you put out is coming back. It's coming back. And that was the mindset of Reuben, man. These boys were good boys. God ain't said they was evil, so don't tell me that they was evil. Huh? God ain't said none of that. Stop putting hang-ups on men that God ain't put on them. God ain't said it. God never said King David was evil. He said King David is a man after my own eyes. And he was a man that was compared to God. Compared to God. And he paid for his punishment. But God saw fit. He paid for his punishment. That's why the Creator stirred up trouble in his own house. Stirred up trouble in his whole house. That was a part of the punishment. And do we know King David wrote Psalms about that? How he confessed and pleaded with God for forgiveness because of what he did. But you can only count what this man did on one hand. And then we want to look at him and call him evil. King David wasn't. He was evil, man. He did this. You better watch your mouth. King Saul wasn't this. He was evil. Look what King Saul did. King Saul only did 2 things. Watch your mouth. Huh? These are godly men that we're talking about. These are godly men that God put here to be used for examples. God dealt with them. Look at King Hezekiah. Messed up one time. by showing the treasures of God. That's all he did. See, but he turned towards the wall, and he turned towards the wall, and he said, haven't I? He said, haven't I done all your commandments? He said, I did all your laws. I did all your commandments. He said, I messed up that one time, oh Lord. I did this, I messed up here. He said, I did all your commandments. God made him sick.
He said, back them up off me, man.
God made him sick.
Yeah.
Ahab allowed his wife to run the kingdom. But he had a conscience also. He fasted, put on sackcloth, and God had to hold back his one of his angels for going there. He said, hold up. He said, don't you see how this man humbled himself before me? He said, leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Keys.
Let's read.
And he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if it be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death.
He that stealeth a man, or if he be found in what? In his hand.
In his hand, he shall surely be put
That's
to
a death penalty. Kidnap is a death penalty. You know what that is, or what a parent feels to never see their children again because they've been stolen from some lunatic. A lunatic come and snatch your child, throw him in the car, and drive off. This is not called Taken. This ain't the movie Taken, brother. You're not gonna run into Leon Nelson. Oh, this is where my daughter is, and drive a plant, throw the bomb. Oh, this is the location. Man, go ahead with that movie stuff, man. You're not gonna find that child ever again.
They might send you a finger.
That's about it.
This ain't Taken, brother. If your child get lost, if someone take your child to another country, you better write that one off. You're going to mourn for the rest of your life. Don't even think of going to that country. You ain't going to know where to start. That's why God said, when a child is kidnapped, kill him. Kill him. Don't put him in jail. Kill him. If the child is found in the hands of the kidnapper, kill him. The laws of God are just. The laws of God is pure. The laws of God is clean. Restoring the soul. To restore means to give back that which you have lost.
That's right. You lose it.
That's what the law said, and that's what the Hebrew says.
You lose it when you die.
Time sheet.
And he that curseth his father or his mother.
And he that curseth his father or his mother. It means curse. And guess what else it means? Qualel also means to be slight or lightly esteemed. Okay? Slight. The definition of slight. Now, when you curse your parents, it's not talking about actual curses. MFs, Bs, not using those words. It's talking about saying something bad about them. I hope you die. I hope this happened. Those are the curses that we're talking about. The other definition for qualel, it means to be slight or you lightly esteem. Slight means to insult someone by treating or speaking. You can insult a person by the way you treat them. You can insult a person by the things that you say out of your mouth. That's why you look at a person and say, no, don't treat the person. Don't do that. It's not good. It's not good treatment. Don't do that. It's not good. I don't have to say that. I don't have to move this way. I don't have to act that way. Chill out. Because we don't look at a person and just say, I just don't like him. Or I just don't like her. So the next question is, what did he or she do to you that caused you to not like them? What did they do?
Is there not a cause?
What is the cause? You don't have a cause. That's the evil in you that you have to wean out. That's the evil in people that you got to work out by taking heed to the laws, commandments, and statutes of this living God. Someone by treating or speaking of them without proper respect or attention. Right? That's what you do to your parents. Lightly esteemed. means what? Not highly regarded. When you're not highly regarded, it means you're not considered.
That's right.
And you show no concern for.
That's right.
You're not considered and you show no concern for.
Yeah.
Don't you see your mother right there?
So when people that's supposed to be highly regarded, there's a certain treatment and there's a certain action. There's a way that I'm supposed to act. There's a way I gotta behave. There's certain things that I shouldn't be saying out of my mouth because I highly regard them. You see, go crazy like, hold up, man, you don't see Abba standing there? Well, hold up, man, you don't see Imam standing there? Chill out. But then the person gets overly excited and get more crazy. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Let's read.
And if men strive together, and one smite another with a stone.
And if men strive together, if men end up in a fight, right? We're striving, we're in the fight, right? And one smite the other with a what?
With a stone. Or with his fist. And he die not, but keep it his bed.
He died not, but keep it his bed. So now I got into a fight with a dude. I hit the dude. Bomb. He didn't die, but you hit the person so hard that he's bedridden. What the law said.
If he rise again and walk abroad upon his staff.
If he rise again and walk abroad upon his staff, he's limping or he's on the staff. Right? Then what?
Then shall he that smote him be quit.
Then the person that smote him be quit. Read.
Only he shall pay for the loss of his time.
However much time he needs. Well, you're going to be out of commission for a month. You're going to be out of commission for 2 months. For those 2 months, I got to pay for the loss of that man's time. I got to make sure everything that he needs in those 2 months is taken care of. Now what's going to happen? That's not being done now. Nobody does that. That's why when you hit the person and they call the police, and you say assault, they're going to put you in jail for assault. You're going in jail for assault charges. And whatever amount of charges that the government or the judge decide to give you, or you're going to do every bit of that time. You're going to do that time. Read.
And shall cause him to be thoroughly healed.
And
if a man smite his servant or his maid with a
If
rod.
a man smite his servant or his maid.
With a rod. And he die under his hand. He shall be surely punished.
He shall be surely punished.
Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished.
Why it says he shall be punished if the maid servant or the men servant die? Because he's your servant. He's responsible for him. He belongs to me. But now the only thing that happens to him, you don't die. You get punished. Read.
Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two,
he didn't die.
He shall not be punished.
He shall not be punished.
For he is
his money. Well, you never read this, son. I never read nothing like this that went down in history. I never read about a situation like this that went down in history. Go ahead, read.
If men strive and hurt a woman with child.
If men strive and hurt a woman that's pregnant. The woman is pregnant. 2 men is fighting. They end up hurting the woman that's pregnant. Read.
So that her fruit depart.
She end up losing her baby.
Yet no mischief follow. He shall surely be punished, according as the woman's husband will lay upon him. And he shall pay as the judges determine.
Whatever the woman's husband decide, that's what it is. You done messed around and hurt my wife. And now you hurt her to where she lost the baby. Whatever I decide or whatever judgment I decide, that's what it is.
And if any mischief follow.
Now, if any mischief follow, because listen, sometimes people don't agree with the judgment. Sometimes people don't agree with the decisions of the head. The head made a decision, but you don't want to respect it. The head made a decision and you disagree with what the head said. At that point in time, once the judge made the decision and the judge said what he said is final, whatever you got in your mind, get rid of it. Get rid of those thoughts. Get rid of that mindset. Because you cannot serve God with that type of mindset. Let's read.
And if any mischief follow,
then
thou shalt
behind the judge's decision, then what?
Then thou shalt give life for life.
Life for life.
Eye for eye.
You take my life, your life gotta get taken. You snatch my tooth out, your tooth gotta get taken out. You blouse my eye, you gonna give your eye up. You can't blouse people and hit people, knock people tooth out, blouse the man's eye out, and expect to just go on in life like nothing gonna happen to you. No, you gotta sit down and lose an eye. You gotta sit down and lose a tooth. You took the man's life, your life gotta get taken. Go ahead.
Tooth for tooth,
Mm-hmm.
hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe.
Uh-huh.
And if a man smite the eye of his servant or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake.
Now, if the man smite the eye of his servant or the eye of his maid, that it perish, you got to let him go free for his eye's sake. You done took his eye, man. Look, you took his eye. Like that movie, Norbit. It was a dog that was running around, and Retribution slammed the dog. So the dog looked at Eddie Murphy and said, "She took my legs, man. Said, I can't walk." The dog's walking around in a walker. We are not considerate. We don't have no consideration about, we don't consider people, period. You took his eye, man. Easy. You did enough. That's what it means. You did enough. Chill out. What more do you want? Let's read.
And if he smite out his manservant's tooth or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake.
For his tooth's sake, Tamshi.
If an ox gore a man or a woman that they die, then the ox shall be surely stoned.
If an ox gore a man or a woman that they die, they gore you. Once you get gored by an ox, you're dead. Those horns is going to pierce your body. So God said, when you get gored by an ox, then what happened?
And they die, then the ox shall be surely stoned.
The ox got to die.
And his flesh shall not be eaten.
His flesh shall not be eaten.
But the owner of the ox shall be quit.
But the owner of the ox shall be warned. That's what it means. Warn them. Be quick. Warn them. Because your ox done gored a man and took his life. Yeah. The same thing, something equivalent to like these people. They didn't mention dogs. Because we didn't have dogs as pets. Yeah. But now you have people with these dogs that want to give them a long leash. Or sometimes they walk them with no leash. Right. And that dog, he ain't going to bite you. How you know he ain't going to bite? You don't know what's going on in that dog's mindset. Right. Oh, he never bit no, but he did it.
He did now.
He did now. And by all means, by that dog biting me, I'm not going to get, I'm going to look to grab him by, I'm going to poke my hand in his eye. Oh, don't do that to my dog. Well, look at your dog doing to me. I'm going to hurt that dog. Then I'm going to look for you. Yeah. Because that's what God said. You know your dog can bite, keep him on the leash. Keep him on the leash. Because if that dog take a life, God said that dog dies. Oh, they ain't talking about dog. Okay, well, I'm going to tell you like this. The dog dies.
The dog gotta go. It's not inhumane.
And it's not inhumane. It's not inhumane because God ain't said it's inhumane. Same thing goes with an ox. That's right. You don't charge the dude, kill the dude, toss them up in the air with them horns. God said, kill the ox. Yeah. God ain't, and you. God is not inhumane. Animal lovers. Yeah, we love animals more than God's laws. Yeah. We love the animals more than God's laws. Yeah. More than his commandments and his statutes.
Weirdos. What's the weirdos in the world?
Let's read it.
But if the ox were wont to push with his horn in time past.
Which means what? He had done it before. That's why you have muzzles. Mm-hmm. If you know your dog to be biting and attacking, put a muzzle on him. Put a muzzle on him. Tamshi.
And it had been testified to his owner.
You've been warned.
And he had not kept him in.
And you didn't keep him in.
But he had killed a man or a woman.
But you didn't let the ox loose, and the ox went and killed a man or a woman. What happened now?
The ox shall be stolen.
The ox gonna die.
And his owner.
Now the owner that allowed his ox to gore a man or a woman must die. That's not inhumane. That's the laws of God. That's the laws and the commandments of God. You've been warned already. Read.
If there be laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life, whatever is laid upon him.
You can pay what you can pay for your life, Tamshi.
Whether he have gored a son or have gored a daughter, according to this judgment shall it be done unto him. If the ox shall push a manservant or a maidservant, he shall give unto their master 30 shekels. And the ox shall be stoned.
You got to pay the master for the manservant or the maidservant that your ox done gored and killed. And then that ox got to get stoned. God said, kill him. Gotta go, Tamshi.
If a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein.
You open the pit, be responsible and mindful of your actions. You opened the pit and you didn't cover it. You didn't cover yourself by covering that pit, so that if anybody or anything walked, they won't fall in that pit. And those pits was deep. It wasn't no short. It was deep pits to where if you fall down there, you're gonna break bones. You can mess around and lose your life. But I noticed that we as a people are not responsible for our actions. We don't want to take responsibility of our actions. Go ahead, read.
The owner of the pit shall make it good.
The owner of the pit shall make it good.
And give money unto the owner of them. And the dead beast shall be his. And if one man's ox hurt another's, that he died.
One man's ox, if my ox hurt your ox, read.
Then they shall sell the live ox.
Then the live ox we got to sell.
And divide
the money.
And the dead ox also.
The dead ox we divided. So everybody come up, even share. My ox killed your ox. We sell your live ox, split the money. Then the dead ox, we split that in half. You take one half, I take the other half, and we even. That's it, Tamshi.
Or if it be known that the ox have used to push in time past, and his owner have not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his own.
Chapter 23. Exodus chapter 23.
Thou shalt not raise a false report.
Thou shalt not raise a false report. To raise means, the Hebrew word for raise is nasa. It means to raise a false report. It also means to bear a false report, right? When you knowingly state as facts that which is untrue, you are stating facts that you don't have no proof about what you're stating. You're saying things that you don't have proof about what you're saying. Those are false reports. And this is why reading the book changes your mindset. Because I'm not going to raise or say things that I formulate in my mind about a person that I don't have truth. There's no truth or no facts to what I'm saying. But we go according to our feelings. We go according to emotions and our feelings and how I feel at this present time. And nothing can detour you from that, which is wrong. Because how you feel, you could be wrong. What comes in your mind, you could be wrong. Because you don't have proof about what you're stating. You don't have proof about what you're saying. Tamshi.
Put not thine hand with the wicked.
Put not thine hand with the wicked. Put not thy hand on the side of the wicked. So be careful with who I side with. Be careful who I side with. Be careful who I support. Be careful who I'm down with. Because the person that I side with is against God. The person that I'm siding with is against the Creator. So we got to be careful with who we side with. Go ahead.
Verse 2. Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil. Neither shall
the word for follow is Aleph Chet Resh, Achad. It means to go after, right? When you follow or go after the multitude, you know what that means? It means that you think the same like them. It means that you think the same, which is going to bring about actions that's not acceptable by God. Okay? My action is going to come. My action is not going to be acceptable by God because I think like you. I move like you. Okay? Go ahead, read.
Neither shalt thou speak in a cause to decline after many to wrest judgment.
Neither shall you speak in a cause to decline after many, to incline towards the multitude, to what?
To wrest
judgment. Now, what does rest judgment mean? The word rest judgment is nun tet hey, nata, means to pervert. And when you pervert judgment, it means what? To change from its original course. To change from its original meaning or state to a distortion or corruption of what was first intended. Right. So you corrupt God's laws from its original state to something that you done formulated in your mind. And this is what people is doing. We have corrupted the laws of God. We have corrupted the commandments and the laws and the statutes of God to what? To suit us. Go ahead, read.
Neither shall thou countenance a poor man in his cause.
Neither shall thou countenance a poor man in his cause. This is deep, man. You know what countenance means? The word countenance is hadad. Hey, dalet, resh. The word hadad means to honor or glorify. Neither shall you honor a man in his cause. Neither shall you honor a man in his dispute. Neither shall you honor a man in his strife. So we happen to come up with disputes and strifes and arguments, and certain things transpired. But because of our relationship, I honor you in the things that you're doing, but you're wrong. But you're wrong. It's not about if you're tall. He just got into law. It's not about that. None of that stands. The only thing that stands is right and wrong at this point in time. Brother don't stand in between that. Sister don't. Nobody's family. Nobody gets in between what is right and wrong. Holy and profane. Righteousness or wickedness. Nothing gets in between that. I gotta condemn the wicked and uplift the righteous. I cannot condemn a person that's right, because then that won't be godly. Then now God's eyes will be that God won't look at me as evil. Then he's gonna look at you and say, well, it's gonna put a wedge between you and God. Because you're doing opposite from what God says. He said to condemn the wicked, regardless if he's your brother, regardless if it's your cousin, regardless if it's your sister, or whoever the person is to you, your friend. That goes out the window. The only thing that stands is righteousness. Righteousness. That's it. Tom C.
Verse 4. If thou meet thine enemy's ox or his ass going astray.
If thou meet thine enemy's ox going astray. This is my enemy. But you know who the enemies was? Who they talking about? Your own brothers. Your own Israelite brothers. Because listen, these laws was given to Israel for Israel. And we lived amongst each other. So the book said if you meet your enemy's ox, or his ass going astray.
Thou shalt surely bring it back to him again. Mm-hmm. If thou see the ass of him that hated thee, lying under his
that's supposed to squash it. Me and you as enemies, we haven't seen eye to eye. Your ox has gone astray and left the barnyard. God said, if I see my enemy's ox, I got to get the ox and bring it back to him. So now that right there is supposed to squash the beef. You know, certain things people do should squash and smash the beef. But then your mindset tell you, oh, he ain't doing it for that. I'm telling you, he ain't doing it. Why do you think, why are we like this? People do things for a reason, to squash certain situations. But then your mindset tell you opposite. Tell you differently. Go ahead, read.
If thou see the ass of him that hated thee, lying under his burden, and wouldest forbear to help him.
If you see the ass of him that hated thee lying under his burden. Now, we done put too much burden on the ass. Sometimes we put too much burden on the ass and the ass don't move because he can't talk. So the only way to show you that, listen here, man, you got too much on my back. I ain't going nowhere. You got to lift some of this stuff off so that I can walk. Animals can't talk. They only do certain things, and you got to perceive and be wise enough to say, well, okay, he or she is doing this because of this. Or he or she is doing this because of what happened in the past. Or what took place here. For many years, the cat scrounged at me. Now she's just becoming my friend. Because the cat did something and she needed to get tapped. Sometimes you get the cat, put it by what she did, and tap her, pop, pop, pop. Don't do it. She don't like that. She get an attitude. You gotta show the cat that. Don't jump on my bed and then you go lie on my bed. I'm not white. I'm a black man. You got a lot of black people that do that too. And let's read.
If thou see the ass of him that hated thee, lying under his burden, and wouldest forbear to help him, thou shalt surely
If you
help
see
him.
the ass of who?
Of him that hated thee.
Of him that hated thee.
Lying under his
lying
burden.
under his burden. Now the person hates you.
You don't hate him.
I don't hate him.
He hates you.
But he hates me.
Still.
God says still help him. Ain't that something? I said, ain't that something? So now what that tells you right there, you cannot allow your what? What is hate? Emotions. You can't let your emotions override the laws of God. You can't let your emotions distort your thoughts. Can't let that happen. And this is where we have messed up in life. People allow their emotions to get the best of them. People allow their emotions to get the best of them. And what happened? We end up violating the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. Tamshi.
Verse 6, thou shalt not rest the judgment of thy poor in his cause.
To rest the judgment of the poor means to pervert the judgment of the poor. And the only reason why you pervert the judgment of the poor is because he's poor. You're taking because he's poor. If he was rich, you would have been a brown nose. You would have been all up under him because he's rich and I'm able to receive. But because he's not rich and he don't have nothing, you're against him. You can't change the judgment of the poor man. The man's poor. Regardless of what, he's right. Tamshi.
Keep thee far from a false matter.
Or the poor could be wrong. Sometimes we have poor people that go and steal.
Yeah.
I can't change the judgments. You got to pay back. Tamshi, verse 7.
Keep thee far from a false matter.
Keep thee far from a false matter. What is a false matter? Credit card scam. That is rampant in New York, all over the world. It's credit card scams. Scam, scam, scams.
Everything is scam.
Everything you got it from scamming. Everything you got, scamming is stealing. unjust gain. You got all this unjustly. Guess what? I don't want no parts of it. If you got this from stealing, I don't want it. I'll starve before I eat a stolen apple. I'll starve before I eat and use anything stolen. Why? Because God is against it. So you have to be against it. Tom Sheet.
And the innocent and the righteous slay thou not.
He said, the innocent and the righteous lay down not.
For I will not justify the wicked.
That's what God said. He said, I will not justify the who?
The wicked.
The wicked. The wicked is not going to get justified. You cannot be justified in the eyes of God because you're wrong. And the thing is that we have to acknowledge our wrong before God. To bring about any type of changes in life, you got to acknowledge where you went wrong at to become better. Got to acknowledge where you went wrong at to become better. If you can't acknowledge your fault, then you can't be better with God. You can't do good with God. Tom Sheet.
And thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blinded the wise and perverted the words of the righteous.
A gift is a bribe. People bribe you and give you gifts so that you can change your words, so that you can judge in their favor. He said the gift blinds the eyes of the wise and perverted the words of the righteous. Okay, Tom Sheet.
Also, thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for you know the heart of a stranger.
Thou shalt not oppress a stranger. What does oppress mean? Oppress means to keep someone in subservience. You know what subservience means? Subservience, right? Especially by the unjust abuse of authority. Now, a subservient person is always prepared to obey, and we tend to abuse that.
Abuse the one under me.
Right. You know the person is going to do whatsoever you tell them to do. But you abuse that because of what that servant have in them.
You see, it's not like that.
Right. Tom Sheet.
For you know the heart of a stranger, seeing you were strangers in the land of Egypt.
No, but we don't know the heart of a stranger. We don't know how it feels to be a stranger. No, we don't. But our forefathers did because they were strangers in the land of Egypt. So God said, you know the heart of a stranger, so you should know how you should treat this stranger being in your land, because you know how you was treated being a stranger in Egypt, which means there's a treatment that comes when you serve when you're serving God. There's a treatment that comes with it. I said there's a treatment that comes with it. Go ahead, read.
6 years thou shalt sow thy land,
And
shalt gather in the fruits thereof.
6 years shalt thou sow thy land. God gave us 6 years to sow, right? To sow, to plant, right? Tom Sheet.
In 6 years thou shalt sow thy land and gather in the fruits thereof. But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still.
The 7th year you let it rest and let it lie still, let it work. Whatever fruits come from that in the 7th year, you don't go in that field to pick it, because the land got to work to push out another fruit. As we pick and clean the trees and the vineyards, the land got to work more to push out more fruits to produce. So when you don't pick and reap and pick and pick and pick, the land is resting. You don't have to push another apple out if it got an apple there. The land is being strengthened. That's right, Tom Sheet.
But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still, that the poor of thy people may eat. And what they leave,
our people may eat.
And what they leave, the beasts of the field shall eat.
What they leave, the beasts of the field shall eat.
In like manner thou shalt deal with thy vineyard and with thy olive yard. 6 days shalt thou do thy work. And on the 7th day thou shalt rest.
6 days thou shalt do thy work. God gave us 6 days to do as we please. 6 days. The first day, which is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is the 6th day. But the 7th day is what?
The seventh day thou shalt rest.
7 days thou shalt rest. That your ox
and your
ass may rest.
And the son of thy handmaid.
The son of thy handmaid.
And the stranger
may be refreshed. So everybody rests. Family, aunts, uncles, anybody that's under your roof must rest according to what God says. Which means honor the Sabbath day, man. Honor the Sabbath day. Don't do work and be cooking and doing things that you ain't got no business doing on God's day. Cleaning. Doing your own pleasures, which is watching TV, playing music, smoking, drinking. Those are your pleasures. All these things has to be cut off. You got to cut all that off and make a separation between holiness and profane. Make a separation between serving God and not serving God. So we have to follow after the will of God, man. Certain things we can't be doing today. Emperor Roman Constantine changed the original day of worship that God set, which was the seventh day, and he changed it from the seventh day to the Sunday in honor of the sun god. So stay out the church on Sunday. Don't tell me that the laws of God has been abolished. Who abolished it? God didn't abolish it. Where do you get this information from? Let's read.
Verse 13. And in all things that I have said unto you.
And in all things that I have said unto you.
Be circumspect.
Be circumspect. Take heed to yourself. Be on God. Watch yourself.
And make no mention of the names of
Make no mention of the who? Of the names of other gods.
Neither let it be heard out of thy mouth.
Neither let it be heard out of your mouth. That's why when certain names is mentioned and said, it's like a screeching sound in my ears. Whoa, don't say that name. I don't want to hear it. It's annoying to my ears. I don't want to hear certain names. I don't want to hear it. Come see.
3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year. Thou shalt keep the feast of
There were 3 appointed times that we had to keep a feast to the Most High in the year. And those 3 appointed times was kept in Jerusalem. Okay? If you happen to keep one of those appointed times, any other place other than the place that God has chose, what will happen? You will die. You'll die. They'll kill you.
Go nowhere else.
Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread.
The feast of unleavened bread. Notice it did not say Passover because it was only one Passover. Okay? One Passover was what? In commemoration when the death angel passed over Egypt, the Israelites, the Hebrews, was commanded to put blood on their doorposts in the lintel and the upper lintel. So that when the death angel passed over Egypt, he'll see the blood, recognize that, and pass over it, won't do it. But every house that death angel passed over, the firstborn in that house died. Right? It was only one Passover. So now it's called the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Now we're going to get into this now. Now people tend to say, we didn't have yeast. We didn't have baking soda or baking powder. We didn't have none of that. So how did they make their bread get yeast? How did you put yeast in the bread? Okay? Now, it's 2 parts and 2 sections in the book that shows you that. The first part I'm going to go into is Hosea chapter 7. All right? Hosea chapter, you say where you at. Hosea chapter 7, verse 4. Right? It says, they are all adulterers as an oven heated by the baker. So when you're baking, you preheat the oven. Right? Who ceased it from raising after he had kneaded the dough until it be leavened. So what causes leaven? When you knead the dough. This is what the book says. This is why matzos is not good to eat, because it don't mention the time. It don't mention the time that you should need it. Nowhere in the book you can show me where it was a time set where you can knead the dough to where leavening don't get set in.
That's Judaism.
The brother said that's Judaism. Okay? So this is why we do not eat matzos.
It's needed.
Because that dough is put in a large vat, kneading vat, and it kneads and it kneads and it kneads and it kneads and kneads, and then flatten. That's not bread. That's called crackers.
They call them Jewish crackers.
That's called crackers. The bread that God is talking about is the bread of what? Bread of what? Affliction. And that's how leavening gets set in to the dough by kneading. A kneading process goes down.
They didn't put sugar in the bread.
No, they ain't do none of that.
Butter.
Let's go to 1 Samuel. Okay, stay where you at. 1 Samuel chapter 28. I'm gonna show you another point. I can put a little sugar in the bread. What's wrong with that? 1 Samuel chapter 28. This is in the time when Saul sought out the witch of Endor, because God was angry with Saul. Okay, God was angry with Saul at this time. Why? Because he didn't kill Agag. He went against the commandment of God. God commanded him and told him to kill Agag and the best of the sheep. He had a different idea, and he did different from what God told him to do. Okay, so then to get an answer, he looking for the witch of Endor. Okay, so now I'm going to show you another point with the witch of Endor. Verse 20, 24. It said, and the woman had a fat calf in the house, and she hasted and killed it and took flour. Right? Verse 24, the word for flour, it says kwemak, wa talash. Right? Talash means to pluck. You cannot pluck flour.
No.
You can't tear from flour. Because if you go to pluck the flour, your hand's going to go through. Yeah. The only thing that you can pluck is dough, which means what? The dough was sitting. So when the dough is sitting, that does not mean that it is leavened, because there are two words. Comments. I forgot the two words. I forgot the two words. It was another word though, but I'm gonna get into that later. He said, all right, so he killed it and took the dough, and the word for kneaded, right? It don't say kneaded. It said and plucked it and did bake unleavened bread, which means what? To knead. If he kneaded it, it wouldn't be unleavened. It would be leavened bread because he kneaded it. Okay, the Hebrew word for kneaded means to pluck. So because the dough wasn't kneaded, she plucked it and baked it. Now it is unleavened because it wasn't kneaded. So how do you keep the dough from being leavened? You cannot knead it. You can't knead it. You can take the flour, add the water, put it together, boom, 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 form it, and put it in. But as far as kneading and working the dough, that's the beginning of that dough becoming leavened. Okay? Let's go back.
Exodus 23, verse 15.
Go ahead, read it.
Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days.
7 days.
As I commanded thee in the time appointed of the month Abib. For in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field, and the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field. 3 times in a year, all thy males shall appear before the Lord God. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice.
The word for leaven is chametz, right? The word for sour or fermented is kamatz. Nowhere in the book you're going to find that word, kamatz. It's always chametz, which means when you're dealing with Feast of Unleavened Bread or being with unleavened bread, it has nothing to do with sour. Nothing to do with sour or fermentation.
That's not right.
Okay? What verse you at?
Verse 16.
Go ahead.
And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field, and the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field. 3 times in the year all thy males shall appear before the Lord God. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread.
He said 3 times in the year shall all males appear before God. Those was the 3 appointed times that we cannot appear nowhere else but in the land. You mess around and appear where you want to appear, they're going to kill you. They're going to kill you. They're going to strangle you up. Somebody going to report you. They're going to mess around and put you in ward. They ain't going to put you in ward because they already know the mind of God and what the Lord said. They're going to string you. They're going to stone you. Tom C.
Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread. Neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning.
He said, thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifices with leavened bread. Neither shall the fat of my sacrifices remain until the morning. Even the sacrifices, there was an order. There was an order when we started dealing with sacrifices and offerings. Okay, let's read.
The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring unto the house of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not seek a kid in his mother's milk.
The first of the first fruits, God didn't eat that. The first fruits was not burnt on the altar. Those first fruits that we brought to the temple was for the priest and the high priest and his family to eat because they had to stay on the grounds of the temple. They can't leave. But there came a point in time when we stopped bringing in our types and our first fruits of the land and everything. The priest and the high priest couldn't eat. So they had to leave the grounds of the temple, abandon the temple, to go back to their fields, to go work so that they could survive. We don't have no temple. There was only one temple that was built. That is the temple that Solomon built. These places are places of gatherings. Places that people gather at to serve God. That's it. Camps. It's only one temple. Tamshi.
Behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee in the way, and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him, and obey his voice. Provoke him not.
Because God's mercy is not in this angel. This angel don't have the mercy of God. This angel don't have the compassion and the pity of God. He just follows orders. The angels just follow God's orders. That's it. Go ahead, read.
For he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him.
His name is in him. Read.
But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto thine enemies, and an adversary unto thine adversaries. For mine angels shall go before thee and bring thee into the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, and Canaanites, Hittites, and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off.
You see what took place here? God said all these Hamitic nations is supposed to get cut off. And God knew that we was not going to cut these nations off. Right? But there were certain people that came out of these nations that chose to serve God. Like Uriah the Hittite. Like Ruth the Moabitess. There was a lot of men and women that came out of these strange and foreign nations that have decided to serve God. So now the Most High makes exceptions for those that had made exceptions for God. So he made exceptions for certain men and for certain women. Tamshi.
Thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do after their works. But thou shalt utterly overthrow them and quite break down their images.
He said, thou shalt not bow down to their God. You should not prostrate or worship their gods, nor serve them, neither comply to their commands or their ways. That's how you follow them. Nor do after their works. But thou shalt utterly overthrow them and quite break down their images. Tamshi.
And ye shall serve the Lord your God, and ye shall bless thy water and thy bread and thy water. And I will take sickness away from the midst of thee.
Okay, cut that. Let's go to Micah. Micah chapter 2. Got it? Go ahead.
Woe to them that devise iniquity and work evil upon their beds.
Wow. He said, woe. Woe to them. What do you mean by woe? Woe means what? A condition of deep suffering from misfortune, grief, affliction, or calamity. Something is going down while that word was being used. He said, woe to them that do what? That devise iniquity. The word for devise means to think or to imagine, right? The word iniquity is awang, means injustice or evil. So be careful the thoughts that you formulate in your mind. Be careful of the things that you imaginate, because the things that you think of and the things that you imagine in your mind, these thoughts, it ain't got to be right. Before we sin, it comes to your head first. Before we violate the laws, it comes to your mind first. It comes here first. Now it all depends on how you're going to react when it comes here. What are you going to do when it comes here? What are you going to decide when it comes here? And when it comes here, it don't mean that it has to be true. Right? He said, woe to them that devise iniquity
and work evil
upon their beds. To work evil, to perform, to execute, right? Evil upon your beds. Read.
When the morning is light, they practice it because it is in the power of their hand.
Tamshi.
And they covet fields and take them by violence.
They covet fields and take them by violence. To covet means to desire or to lust. To desire or to lust after things that's not yours. So because I desired it, I went and I took it. Because I desired it, I went and I stole it. See, you're never going to know if a person covet if they don't stretch forth their hands. That is something that transpires within a person, that happens within a person's mind. I could covet and you'll never know I covet it until I steal it or I rob you. I can still covet and not steal, but only I know that. I know that and God knows that. Tamshi.
They covet fields and take them by violence, and houses and take them away. So they oppress a man in his house.
So they oppress a man and his house, even a man and his heritage, his possession, his inheritance, his property. You know what that is? Those are the minds of people that you should not want to be dealing with. How do you go to a man's possession, to a man's crib, and oppress the man in his own house? You know, you got people like that come to your house and want to take over what's yours. Oppress a man in his own stuff. Go ahead, read.
Therefore, thus saith the Lord, behold, against this family doth not devise an evil.
You hear what God said? He said, okay, because you got this mindset, because of the way that you're moving, he said, against you, he said, what? I'm going to what?
Devise an evil.
I devise an evil. I'm going to think of something to do to you. Tamshi.
From which ye shall not remove your necks. Neither shall ye go haughtily. But this time is evil. In that day shall one take up a parable against you and lament with a doleful lamentation, and say, we be utterly spoiled. He hath changed the portion of my people. How hath he removed it from me? Turning away, he hath divided our fields. Therefore thou shalt have none that shall cast a cord by lot in the congregation of the Lord. Prophesy ye not, say they, to them that prophesy. They shall not prophesy to them, and they shall not take shame. O thou that art named the house of Jacob.
So thou that art named the house of Jacob. Tamshi.
Is the spirit of the Lord strained?
What verse is that?
Verse 7.
Verse 7. Okay. Right? Now, it said, prophesy ye not. Right? Say they to them that prophesy, they shall not prophesy to them, and they shall not take shame. The word for shame is kilima. Kilima means they shall not take reproach or contumely. Right? Contumely. Now, what is shame? Shame is a painful feeling caused by the consciousness of one's wrong or foolish doings. That means that person has a conscience about what he did, and he's ashamed about what he did. Okay? To reproach means to address someone in such a way as to express disapproval or disappointment. Right? Contumely is a harsh language or treatment arising from haughtiness. Harsh language or treatment. Now you could have some type of discern. Now you see the ways of a proud person. A proud person, a haughty person. A proud person deals and speaks in harsh language and harsh treatment. To where you got to look at the person, man, you ain't got to treat them that way. Yeah, I know the person is wrong, but ease up. Oh, well, you didn't have to say that. Ease up. But the person that's moving in that form and fashion, he's proud or she's proud. Tamshi, verse 7. He says, the spirit of the Lord straightened. The word straighten is quatzad. Quatzad means what? Impatient. It means impatient. Is the spirit of the Lord impatient? Tendency to be quickly irritated or provoked? No. That's not how God is. God ain't impatient. God is full of patience and mercy and compassion and pity. And he took a lot from us. He took and received a whole lot from us. And he's very long-suffering. Long-suffering. Right? Now, go ahead.
Is the spirit of the Lord straightened? Are these his doings?
Oh, these his doings? No.
Do not my words do good to him that walketh uprightly?
He said, do not my word do good to him that walk uprightly? So in order for these laws, commandments, and statutes to have any type of effect on you, you have to walk uprightly before God. You got to be upright before the Most High. The word for upright is yashar. Yashar means straight, even, or right. What is straight? Holding to a correct and proper course of life. What does holding to a correct and proper course of life? You don't turn. You don't sway off. You don't sway to the left. You don't sway to the right. You remain steadfast in God's law, in living according to what God said, right? He said, not in agreement, right? Tamshi.
8. Even of late, my people is risen up as an enemy.
Hold on, my bad. Even, right? The word even, it means being without break. Right? Being without break, irregularities. Irregularities is when you move without regard. When you do things without being considerate. When you move without regard to established laws, customs, or moral principles. Which means you just do things and move without thinking. if I violated or offended God, right? To break means to invalidate, to transgress, right? Invalidate means to weaken the cogency. To weaken the cogency means having the power to constrain yourself. And we need that. We need cogency. Because by you having cogency, I'm able to hold myself back from violating the laws and the commandments of God. Go ahead.
Even of late, my people is risen up as an enemy.
Even of late, my people has risen up as an enemy.
You pull off the robe with the garment.
He said we have risen up to be an enemy of God by taking off our robe, by coming out of our robe. And this is why my father never went outside without his robe on. He always made sure he had his robe on. He had some type of culture on so that, what's the word? Huh? So he can differentiate himself from a heathen, from heathens. Go ahead, read.
You pull off the robe with the garment from them that pass by securely, as men averse from war. The women of my people have ye cast out from their pleasant houses. From their children have ye taken away my glory forever. Arise ye and depart, for this is not your rest. Because it is polluted, it shall destroy you even with a sword destruction.
Okay, cut that. Let's go to Psalms 101. Got it?
I will sing of mercy and judgment unto thee, O Lord, will I sing.
He said, I will sing of mercy and judgment unto thee, O Lord, will I sing. Who is that? That's King David singing to God. He must have some real love for God. He had real love for God. You ever, that's called serenade. You love a woman so much, you start singing about her or making a rap song about her. He did that for God. Because of the love that he had for God, he wrote these psalms for God. And we want to talk bad about King David? Go ahead, read.
I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way.
He said, I will sing of mercy and judgment. Unto who? Unto thee, O Lord, will I sing. He said, I will behave myself wisely in a perfect way. The word for be wisely is askila. Askila means to be wise, prudent, right? Prudent meaning what? Caution.
Careful.
Being cautious. Caution or circumspection as to danger or risk. Huh? You're cautious about the things that you do so that I don't offend God. If I do this, I may be in violation of the laws and the commandments of God if I do this. So therefore, I'm not gonna take that chance. I'm gonna hold myself back and not do it because I don't want to offend God. I may be violating the law if I do this, but nobody thinks like that. They just jump to it. They just do it and say, well, I didn't sin. I didn't violate the law. Where did I violate where did I profane the Sabbath? You want to justify it. Prudent also means the ability to govern and discipline oneself. You're able to govern and discipline yourself. When a person is able to govern and discipline himself, he sees his faults. That person sees their faults and they're able to correct it. Read.
Oh, when wilt thou come unto me? I will walk within my house with a perfect heart.
I will walk within my house with a perfect heart. Walk means to follow a certain course, a certain direction or procedure. And the direction and the course and the procedure that you follow is already set up. God already set those courses up. God already set those procedures up. All right? What are the procedures? A traditional or established way of doing something. a traditional or established way of doing things. Okay? Now, he said, I will walk within my house with a what?
Perfect heart.
With a perfect heart. A perfect heart. A perfect mind. Perfect thoughts. Right? Complete uprightness. Total obedience. Right? Now, a perfect heart is a responsive heart. Okay? A perfect heart is a responsive heart. It's actions orientated and chooses to change for good, not having excuses for your own faults. You're not going to make excuses for your wrongdoings. You're not going to make excuses for the things that I did against the commandments and the laws of God. Okay? You will acknowledge your fault and correct it. When we are at fault with God, we have to be action orientated. Means we have to improve. We got to do good. We got to do something to show God that you're sorrowful for the wrong that you've done. So if I did something wrong in violation or in violating the laws and the commandments of God, now I have to confess, acknowledge my fault, confess, and start doing more, doing good, meaning do more laws, do certain laws that's going to replace the wrongdoing that I did. Tom Sheet.
I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes.
I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes. To set means to lay before oneself. Which, read.
I hate the work of them that turn aside.
I hate the work of them that turn aside.
It shall not cleave to me.
He said, I hate the work of them that turn aside. To turn aside means what? To deviate from the right way, or to deviate from the ways that God had prescribed. So when you turn aside from the way that God has prescribed, I can hate that. I could despise that. I'm not going to hate you, but I would despise the things that you're doing that is contrary from what God said. Because God gave us a command and said, don't hate each other. Don't hate each other. Go ahead, read.
A forward heart shall depart from me.
A froward heart shall depart from me. What is a froward heart? A froward heart is a crooked heart. A crooked heart is a crooked mind. What is a crooked mind? A crooked mind is a mind that is contrary and opposite from the mind of God. Contrary and opposite from the laws, commandments, and statutes. Right? A perverse mind. A perverse mind means what? Deviating from what is regarded. Deviating from what God has regard. From what is regarded right by God.
Changing what God.
That's right. Persistently holding on to what is wrong because it doesn't feel right with you. Persistently holding on to certain things and because you don't like it. Because you don't like it. And that don't count. That doesn't mean nothing. You know what counts? How God feels. And that's what we tend to feel or realize. Okay, let's read it. Now, go ahead. Verse 4, right?
Yeah. A forward heart shall depart from me.
A froward heart shall depart from me. A froward heart is a crooked heart, right? Deviating from rectitude. Rectitude refers to your behavior that is correct, upright, and honorable. You have moral rectitude if you refuse to be involved in something evil.
Right.
Moral rectitude is when you detract from things that's not right. Nah, I'm not getting into that. I'm not doing that. You got morals. You got morals about yourself. Morals about yourself. Morals are things that you stand by, that you draw certain personal things that you stand by, that you'll never cross, that you'll never violate. That's right. Godly principles. Tom Sheet.
Whoso privately slandereth his neighbor, him will I cut off.
Whoso privately slander his neighbor. The word for slander is lashon maloshani, right? You know what it means? To slander, to inform. To slander means to make a false statement about someone. You done conjured up some false statements about the person, and there's no proof about what you're stating, about what you're saying. But it don't even stand in court. The statement that you're saying wouldn't even stand in court. Tom, see?
Whoso privately slandereth his neighbor, him will I cut off.
Whoso privately slandereth his neighbor, he said, him will I cut off. Him will I destroy. Tom, see?
Him that hath a high look and a proud heart will not I suffer. Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with
He
thee.
said, mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land. Okay? The faithful of the land is Aman, Aleph, Mem, Nun. It means established, right? It means faithful. What do you mean faithful? Faithful meaning remaining loyal and steadfast with God. Steadfast with God, remaining loyal to God, which means you will not allow certain things or things in life to detour you and push you away from serving God. Okay? That's not loyalty. It's not loyalty. What does loyal means? Loyal means what? Showing firm and constant allegiance. Huh? Showing firm and constant commitment. Huh? That's what loyal is. You don't allow certain things to break your loyalty. To break your loyalty. The only thing that can break your loyalty is what God said. That's what? Adultery. Adultery. Or an unclean thing. Like in Deuteronomy 24, an unclean matter. Certain violations. But nowhere in the book where I read, there was nowhere in the book where I read about a divorce case. Which means what? When you got with a man, you stayed with him. If you wasn't with that man, the man must have died in war, he got sick and died, or something happened. But other than that, you was with him. Steadfast means firm and not wavering. Waver means to fluctuate. Up and down, left and right, off and on. You're wavering with God. Commitment is obligations that restrict freedom of actions. Obligations that restricts freedom of actions. So we have certain obligations. We got certain obligations. And it restricts, and because of my obligations, it restricts me from doing this. It restricts me from doing the other. It restricts me from moving that way. It restricts me from moving the other way. That's what these laws is about. And you also have obligations also with duties with married couples. You also had obligations when it's dealing with children and parents. Children and parents, there's obligations. Marriage, there's obligations. With the Creator, there's obligations. And because of your obligations, because of my obligations, it restricts me from doing what I want to do. Okay, now established means set up on a firm, permanent basis. Gain full recognition or acceptance by God. That's when you have gained full recognition. Full recognition from God. Now, once we have gained full recognition from God, now you become established. There's steps and stages, man. Now you're established. You're firm. Tom sheet.
Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me.
They may dwell with me.
He that walketh in a perfect way.
He that walketh in a perfect way.
He shall serve.
The word for perfect is tamim, right? It means complete. He that walketh in a complete way. He that walketh in a whole way, right? A whole person, right? is a person in his full nature, which includes ways of thinking, ways of feelings, and ways of actions.
Correct.
You have to cover all aspects.
They have to be perfected. Yeah.
All aspects must be corrected, right? He said, now, go ahead, read.
He that walketh in the perfect way,
He that walketh in the perfect way,
he shall serve me.
he shall serve me.
He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house.
He that what? Worketh deceit
Shall not dwell within my house.
shall not dwell within my house.
He that telleth lies shall not tarry,
Shall not
in my
tarry
sight.
in my sight. The word for my sight, it says yikum, yod kaf shabuts, no, not shabuts, kolam noon. It means to be prepared or firm. To he that tarry, he that telleth lies will not be firm. So now, if I'm lies is what weakens my spirit. Lies is what weakens me according to the laws of God. And because I'm full of lies, I will not be prepared or I will not be firm in serving God. Because certain things we do in life weakens us. We become weak. And because we have weakened ourselves with doing things contrary to what God said, now we become susceptible to sin, to iniquity. We become open. That breach is there. The breach is open for sin to enter in. Right? Go ahead, read.
I will early destroy all the wicked of the land, that I may cut off all wicked doers from the city of the Lord.
Okay, go to Psalms 4. Psalms chapter 4.
Hear me when I call, O God of my righteousness. Thou hast enlarged me when I was in
He
distress.
said, hear me when I call. Oh, who? Oh, God of my righteousness. Right? He said, thou hast enlarged me. The word for enlarge, it means to give a greater scope to. When you give a greater scope to, it means space or opportunity for unhampered motion or activity, which means God, if God is watching you and you have gained the attention of God, he don't give you a long rope to hang yourself.
No.
He give you a very short rope. And when the Creator have realized that you're about to hang yourself, he's not going to allow that.
That's right.
He's going to hit you right before you decide to hang yourself.
He's in the scope.
Because you're being watched by the Creator. You have gained his attention. Go ahead.
Thou hast enlarged me when I was in distress.
Thou hast enlarged me when I was in distress.
Have mercy upon me and hear my prayer. O ye sons of men, how long will you turn my glory into shame?
So ye sons of men, how long will you turn my glory? How long will you turn the things that I honor into shame? The things that God has honored, we have turned it into shame. The temple, the Sabbath day. Yeah. Things that God honored are not honored no more and respected. Go ahead, read.
O ye sons of men, how long will you turn my glory into shame? How long will you love vanity and seek after leasing? How long will you love vanity and what? And seek after leasing. Seek after leasing. Now, the word leasing, it means lies. He said, how long will you love vanity? Vanity, vain, has no value. It has no value in it. Okay? He said, and seek after lies. The word for lies means leasing, it means lies. Why do we investigate things that there's no proof about? Go ahead. But know that the Lord has set apart him that is godly
now
for himself.
He said, what? Okay. He said, my glory. He said, my honor. Right? Right? Now, turn it to shame. Right? How long will you love vanity? Things that have no value or worth. But in order for you not to love things that has no value or worth, the person has to see that. The person has to realize that there's no value in this. There's no worth in this. Right? Go ahead, read.
But know that the Lord has set apart him that is godly
Now,
for himself.
go ahead.
The Lord will hear when I call unto him. Stand in awe and sin not.
Now, hold up. He said, but know that the Lord has set apart. Right? The word for set apart is hifla. Right? To set apart, to distinguish, to make different, to differentiate, distinct. To separate means what? To set or keep apart. This is why God told Abraham, and he separated him from his family. He separated him from his own family because Abraham was the only one with the determination to serve God. And when you got that determination to serve God, I'm not going to want to be around people that don't want to serve God.
Say it again.
When you got that determination to serve God, I don't care if you're my brother or my sister. If you haven't made your mind up to serve God, I don't want to be around you. But that only comes with a person that had made their mind up to serve God. To distinguish means to be recognized or treated as different. This is what's going to cause opposite or different treatment from God. God treats you completely different from the way he treats this person. Because our status with God is different. Our levels with the Creator is different. Right? Now, different means what? Not the same. You're not the same. What made me not the same is because of my lifestyle and how I live. To differentiate means what? To develop differential characteristics. Different characteristics. Distinct means able to tell the difference. Tom, see?
But know that the Lord has set him apart that is godly for himself. The Lord will hear when I call unto him. Stand in, that was I'm at 4 now.
Okay, stand
in awe.
Stand in awe.
And sin not.
Commune. Gods. Stand in awe. It means to tremble. Tremble. To move with fear. To move or live your life in the fear of God. Because only because of the fear that you have for God, that's what's going to stop you from violating and sinning against God. You got to be afraid. Right? To tremble means, go ahead, read.
The Lord will hear when I call unto him. Stand in awe and sin not. Commune with your own heart upon your bed.
Stand in awe and sin not. Commune with who?
With your own heart.
Commune with yourself. Talk to yourself. But when you're communing with yourself, you got to be truthful with yourself. Because you got to be able to acknowledge your fault before the Creator. You got to be able to acknowledge your fault before God to commune with yourself. Because you're going to commune with yourself, and then you're going to tell yourself you're right when you're not right. You got to be able to also to tell yourself that you're wrong when you're not, that you're wrong when you are wrong. Acknowledge your fault, man. That's the only way we could get better with God. We got to begin to acknowledge our fault and our shortcomings with God. Tom, see?
Commune with your own heart upon your bed and be still.
Commune with your own heart upon your bed and be still. Be quiet. Chill. Let that seep in. Everything that you done came up with, let it seep in and let it soak in. Okay, read.
Offer the sacrifices of righteousness.
Offer the sacrifices of righteousness. We cannot offer any sacrifices today, but we also can give up the calves of our lips, which God will accept. But if these calves, these prayers are not set up and sent up in righteousness, then it will not be accepted. which means the soul or that person have to be a certain way for God to accept those prayers. Tom C.
And put your trust in the Lord.
Tom C.
There be many that say, who will show us any good?
There be many that say, who will show us any good?
Lord, lift thou up the light of thy countenance upon us. Thou hast put gladness in my heart, more than in the time that their corn and their wine increased. I will both lay me down in peace and sleep, for thou, Lord, only makest me dwell in safety.
He said, I will both lay me down in peace and sleep, for the Lord only makes me to dwell in safety. Which means God was my safe haven. God was my protector. The Creator was the one that shielded me and guided me and protected me. Now, sometimes things conjure up and comes up in our head, and we think it's from God. Who told you it's from God? It ain't got to be from God. It could be something else. It could be anything. It don't got to be from God. But we want to put everything on God. Again, God allowed it, but it also happened because of this. It also could have happened because you did this or you did the other. Now you transpired and you caused all this to go down in your life because of your wrongdoings before the Creator, before the Most High. Because the Most High gives you according to what? To your actions, to the fruits of your own doings. So whatever you do and whatever you put out, guess what? It's going to come back. It's going to happen. It's going to happen again. It's going to come back because you put it out there. Whatever you sow, you're going to reap. And with that, I already got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mika Ben Level.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, and my leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Visitors, brothers in Israel, brothers and sisters, I bid y'all to tell my forefathers Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Leka.
We're going to rise at right about this time. Recite the commandments. Please repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other God before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the waters under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God,
For I, the Lord thy
am
God,
a jealous God,
am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth
unto the third and fourth
generation
generation
of them that hate me,
of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath day,
to keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day
But the seventh day
is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy
nor
daughter,
thy manservant,
thy
nor
manservant,
thy maidservant,
nor thy
nor
maidservant,
thy cattle,
nor thy
nor
cattle,
thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor the stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
and
all that in the midst,
all that in the midst,
and rested the seventh day.
and rested the seventh day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land,
that thy days may be long upon the land,
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his
nor
manservant,
his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy
You
neighbor.
may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountains smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. They said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, we will hear, but let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Okay, we're going to move straight ahead to the book of the law, because that's what this is about. What we just finished reciting is the 10 Commandments, famously known in history of man all over the world. This really happened. The 10 Commandments, you ask anybody, you go to Bangladesh, you go anywhere, they know about Moses. They know about the 10 Commandments. The whole world knows about these 10 Commandments, but they don't follow it. They made other commandments, and they made another God for themselves so that they can appease their lives, because this is too strict. That's why. People don't want to do this, because I can't do what I want to do. I can't feel what I want to feel. I can't think what I want to think, eat what I want to eat. I can't be happy for this here because God don't like it. But you can't be happy for it. You can't celebrate it. That's why people don't want to do these commandments. That's why it's such a struggle for people to make up their minds, because they are not ready to let go and give themselves. Well, you know what it is when you commit? You know what that word commitment means? I hear that word come from females a lot. Commitment. You're in a fully committed relationship with her, but then you shouldn't have went outside. It's the same thing with God. You have to be in a committed relationship. This is a commitment. And you can only be committed to one. God. You can only be committed to one. Okay? And that commitment, the one I'm committed to, tells me, well, I got to honor this. I got to honor father. I got to honor mother. I got to reverence. He tells me.
That's right.
He tells me, look, you got to give it up over here. You got this day comes, you got to give it up. But this day is Shabbat. But the total commitment comes from God. So even if I'm married to her, I'm not committed to her. I'm obligated, like the man said. There's obligations. But my commitment is from God. Because God said, love me with all your what?
Heart, soul, and might.
Soul and might. You can't split that up.
No.
Okay? All your heart. Meaning everything that I love is because it's what God loves.
Right.
That's what it means by all your love. Whatever you love, you're going to go after. If you love this, you're going to go after it. You learn to appreciate it, you learn to love, you're going to go after it. You say love, soul, with all you say, man, with all my heart, and with all my soul, I fought. Well, that's what the same power that's in you that you use to serve God, because you're going to need that strength. Everybody has a strength in them. Your love, your soul, and your might. Some have more than others. But when you channel how much of that you have into God, now you're committed. That's why he said, love me with all your heart, soul, and might. Because once you love God with all his heart, soul, and might, his laws, what he like and don't like, what he says an abomination, what he says is good, you're gonna agree. You're not gonna have a problem.
That's right.
You're gonna say, oh, okay, well then if God says it's like this, then I'm gonna have to do it like this.
That's what it is.
Well, man, I gotta stop thinking like that, because I just read that he don't like when people do this, and I do it. Do you tell yourself that? We're quick to say, hey, man, I know who do this, right or wrong.
Right.
Oh, yeah, man, look at the guy. We throw words, we throw arrows. But that energy, most of that energy is supposed to be on me. Yeah. And if everybody do that, you ain't got to worry about rebuking each other.
That's right.
How about that?
That's right.
You ain't got to worry about nobody coming and telling you nothing, because you're correct. And that person see you correct. He's not going to see you doing things that are godly and say, man, you're doing it wrong. He's going to say, yeah, man, he got it. He's doing it right, because that's the same way he's doing it. So that's what all your love, your soul, and your might is.
Right.
With everything that you have in you, you pour it into this. The only way to do that at the beginning of it all is to read. Read.
That's right.
Read. There'll be times I'm watching a program, and then something pop in my head, and I start looking up. I'm in the book now. And the program's still on the TV. I ain't even paying attention when I gotta pause it sometime. Yeah, but that comes from practicing, from reading so much. That's what it comes from. Practice does make perfect. Okay? So now we're gonna go into the book of the law. We're gonna go in Exodus now. We're gonna read about the laws of God, because there are a lot of them. And we're going to see how wide and how vast they cover every field and aspect of life. We're going to go to Exodus chapter 22. You just read the commandments of God. It said, and God spake all these words. So when you read in the first five books is God's word. God is the one telling this story about Abraham. Everything that we know about Abraham, God told Moses, and Moses wrote it down. Y'all understand that part? So when I have to watch what I say about these commandments and these laws, because they came out the mouth of God. And God spake all these words, saying. And then right after, we in Exodus 22, right after that, he making a pronouncement. He said, and God spake all these words, saying. Then he says, I am the Lord thy God. Now we go, being that I'm God now, and you recognize this, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't have this, you can't do that. And yet it was a shock value to them too, because they're coming out of Egypt. They were used to living like Egyptians. They were used to the days of Egypt. Egypt celebrated birthdays, because the only birthday that you read about this Bible, this book, is Pharaoh. Right or wrong? You don't read about nobody else. You read about the Pharaoh. Celebrating whatever those kings celebrated, automatically it's a no-no over here in Israel. Automatically. So these are one of the things that they came out of Egypt celebrating, birthdays. That's why we hammer birthdays. It is not commanded by God to celebrate the day of your birth. You don't see no recording of when Abraham was born or when Isaac was born. There's no dates. Okay? We like to celebrate the day a person is born, and we like to celebrate the day that a person died. Okay?
Celebrate the life.
Yeah, you celebrate the life and the death. And you commemorate it by gathering. Okay? God tells us when to come together and why and what for. And we just read it. The Shabbat, the new moons, and the three feast days. Any other days? We weren't commanded to come together for Purim. We weren't commanded to come together for Hanukkah. And any other day that we come together for, God didn't make it up. We did. Think about it. Those are only days that God said in Leviticus 23, Deuteronomy 24, that we observe.
Mm-hmm.
Hanukkah was for those people at that time. They were still in the land. They had the altar rededicated. Okay? A new altar. They were still able to perform sacrifices. So that day was kept. How are we celebrating the rededication of the altar and we ain't got no altar?
Right.
It was for those at that time because of what was happening. You understand? This was the first time the heathen started looking like they were right. And it looked like God was with them. Yeah. And they were flourishing.
Right.
We was going down. And they was coming up. And that's why Ezra was asking so many questions. Yo, why is the wicked running it now?
Yeah. Why
is the wicked doing this? Why is the wicked saying these things and the people saying the wicked guy is right?
So,
why are the people that call upon your name getting trodden upon and getting beaten, getting done? This is some new, I don't understand, Lord. These are the questions that the prophet Ezra was, and all those answers, all the questions he gave them was answered except for probably one or two. Mm-hmm. He tell you the state of the world, why people die, what happens when they die, what happens when you die in your unfaithfulness, what happens when you die righteously, all in the book of Ezra, in the Apocrypha. And that's why they took it out the Bible, because those have answers. They have answers in there. It goes along with here. He tells you how sin works, how iniquity works, why babies die, why people murder, why disease is rampant, okay? Why unjust things happen to just people. All of that is in Ezra if you read it. He asked these things and he explained the course of the world and how it go and why he gave them laws. He started from the beginning. He said that because of what Adam did, right? The seed of evilness and wickedness, everybody is born with it now. Mm-hmm. So God made a counter, but not for everybody. Because everybody don't went into their wicked. They love their wickedness so much. You don't see the good that they can tap into to serve him. So you leave them be and leave them up to live in vanity and vain things. You're not worthy. To be down with something, to be a part of anything, there are rules. And when you come there, they tell you the rules. These are the rules here. They got to be abided. When you go to jail, you go up north, you're doing time, they give you a booklet. A booklet as big as this. They say, hey, man, read it.
Rule book. Rule book, right or wrong. They give all inmates a rule book. And you better read it. Yeah, you're going to read it because you don't know the rules. Then when they go upside your head, you're going to say, man, I didn't know. They say, man, then you received the rule book. That's what they say. So this is the rules. Okay? And these rules deal with your spirit. These rules will strengthen your spirit and make you more righteous before God. That's the whole idea. To get back to that level that Adam and Eve was in before they ate of the fruit. And get close to that as possible before you die. using these commandments and changing my ways.
Right.
That's it. That's the whole purpose. Okay, Exodus chapter 22.
If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep.
Now, I told y'all last week, the main two jobs that you will find in Israel is being a servant and working in the field. Some are permanent, some are hired, right or wrong. You got some people that are hired. I hire you for this work. And if I hire you for this work, I have to pay you at the end of the day. Yep. That's where that law come in at. At the end of the day, you got to pay this guy. He's not a mere servant. He's a hired servant. Your servant, if it's your servant, he live under your roof. He eat your food. So he good. He go out there and work. You ain't got to do this. Mm-hmm. You give him liberty out your house in the meantime. We had oxes. We had sheep. We had cows. We had goats. We had animals. We ran our own farms. We ate our own animals. We didn't buy our animals from nobody. We didn't buy our flesh from nobody. So if a man steals an ox, you know how much meat an ox can provide? You know how much? There's no way. Man, listen, these animals is giving you milk. Okay? See the goats? You got milk from the goats. You got wool to keep you warm. It's a commodity. Today, you got 1,000 sheep. You good. You got a business. The amount of oxen that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob had in their lifetime, that Job had, nobody topped Job. Job, Solomon, just the animals and the livestock they had alone right now, millions, billions of dollars. So it's valuable. That's why people are only going to steal what is valued. If these things were valued. He said, so if a man steal an ox or a sheep, no matter what he do with it, he kill it or sell it. He said he got to pay back. For that one ox, he got to pay 5 back for that one ox. And for that one sheep, he got to pay 4 back. So that's going to kind of, you know what, if I get caught, I got to pay back more than what I stole. Because that's not right before God. So God says, since you like to take stuff, when it's time to pay back, you're going to pay back more. He shall restore 5 oxen for an ox and 4 sheep for a sheep. Now, can you pay back everything you stole? Think of it. When you stole, can you pay it all back? That's the only real way to get that off you. Yeah. It's already on the prophecy. It said, man, you gotta go back and get back. Look, man, I got away with it, but you know what? Let me go put this back. Can't do that now. Can't do that now. Well, we still don't have a brand on it. These animals had my name on it. Okay? When they branded the animals, it was no insignia, no emblem, no logo, no symbol. They said when all the Israelites was in their tents, right, surrounding the tabernacle with their flags and their ensigns on the flags. Now, ensign could be a number of things, and since they don't deal with images, it was the name of the tribe. That's what was on the flag. Not a star, not a lion, not the sun or the moon, okay? Nothing that we make up and put on things to represent. But that's what a sign and symbol is. It was the name. This tent here got a flag. It's a car. You read it, it's letters. That's what they put up there. Our flag is a no flag. We don't have a flag. But when they lived in the wilderness and they was in tents, every tent had a flag on top of it, and it was called an ensign. The ensign means, yo, this is where T Black's people at. This is where Azario's people at. Your name. Because that's what you put on your ox, on your sheep, on your goats. All right? Today, you don't brand your cat. You don't brand your dog. But what they got? A collar. What's on that collar, brother?
Address and the name.
Address and the name. Whose name is on there? Yours. Because cats wander, dogs wander. You lose them. I done took a dog out to walk one time and lost the dog. Dog kept going. Sometimes it happens. They wander. Kids wander and animals wander. And now he wandered and ran into the man that stole. So now he got to pay back more than what he stole. That shows it's not good to steal. He said, if a thief be found breaking up and be smitten that he died, he don't snuck in your house while you not there. People watch people's houses.
There shall no blood be shed on them.
Okay? People watch people's houses. You got cat burglars. Dude, so good. Look. You see this floor? This floor make noise when you step on it. The cat burglar ain't gonna make no noise. That's why they call him a cat burglar, because he moved like a cat. Silent. This guy's in your house. When you get to your house, your door's open. You know something's wrong. You see it in the movies. You walk up to the house, the door's open. Look. You pull out his gun. Open up. Because somebody's in there. Or they left already. But sometimes you come in there and you catch him. He's breaking up. You know what breaking up is? Ripping up, going in stuff. Ransacking. He going under and inside looking for money. All these books, might be $100 bills in here. He said, man, you hear that? There's somebody in there. He's breaking up your stuff, looking for valuables. He said, and be smitten that he died. Now, I walk up in there, it's a standoff. I'm not letting you get away with this stuff out of my house. No. So this is a life and death thing right now. The thief, he not trying to let me catch him. Nah. So now what happens? Most of the time, somebody die in these situations. So now the thief died. I caught him and I hit him. Well, whatever. And I killed him. I don't go to jail. No blood gets shed for me. I'm not a murderer. It's not murder. These are God's commandments. But today, the commandments have been changed. Mm-hmm. So you got to be careful. You can't chase nobody down. On the back. You can't go after them. Okay? Certain states, that law I just read is covered. Certain states down south, I catch you on my property, I have the right to take you out. Because they're more old school than certain other states. They're not modern. When you live in cities, that's out the window. People don't have houses. Got buildings. Everybody on top of each other. So it's hard to say, get out of my property. I can't go downstairs and do that.
No, that's good.
Because I share this property with everybody.
That's good.
See, it's different. Mm-hmm. These laws were given to a free people, an independent people, a people who had to get out of Egypt. Because you see, you can't have two masters. Pharaoh said, hey, listen, before God hardened up his heart again, he said, look, man, first he said, let the men go, right? Yeah. Another time, he said, go ahead, take your woman, take your kids and everything. He said, but keep the cattle here. He said, well, we need our cattle to serve the sacrifice to our God. We got laws of sacrifice. Then what we going to eat? Where we going to get milk from? Uh-huh. We're going to always have to be dependent on you guys. That was a way people would say, you know what? I got to make sure I can't let Jacob get out this house. Once Jacob leave and go back home, the blessing is over. Mm-hmm. Now I got to play a game and deceive, not tell him everything. Because I know if I tell you everything, what you're going to do. And it's not to my intent and liking. So I have to deceive you and keep things away from you and don't tell you certain things. So you go the way I intend for you to go so I can be victorious. And that's what deceit does. That's the whole point of deceiving. Count sheet.
If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him. For he should make full restitution. If you have nothing, then you shall be sold for a step.
Hey, you gotta be sold one step. You gotta work that off, man. You gotta work it off. Today, you ain't got to say, man, the dude gonna lie up and down he ain't stole it. Okay?
On camera.
You were the only person. You the only one got access. Can't put it on nobody else. Can't say, well, look, many people be, no. You only have access. It ain't get up and walk away.
Right.
People won't admit to it. Akon, one man said that Akon was just because he admitted his guilt. He admitted his wrongdoing. You got to admit it. That's the only way you're going to be circumspect with yourself. Tell, well, yeah, I was wrong. But listen, man, you didn't accept. You told yourself you was wrong, but you didn't accept it because you have a justification. That's what we do.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Street.
If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him. For he should make full restitution.
That means the sun was up. It was daytime.
If he have nothing, then he shall be sold for a step.
If you don't have nothing, then look, the guy gets sold.
Gotta work it off.
You get sold for a step, means you're going to come work. You're going to stand up out there all day. You're going to answer this phone. Yeah. I got a free servant right now. I don't have to pay you because you took.
Yeah,
So you're going to work on the amount that you took.
happy.
Keep your hands to yourself and keep your hands off of people's goods.
Mm-hmm.
These are things that you wouldn't like done to you if it was done to you. Think about it. It's evil. Now we're going to go to Exodus 21. Backtrack. Exodus 21. But we're doing a lot of jumping around.
Now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them. If thou buy a Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself.
Okay, so now Chief Shama went through this, right? These are the servants, right? There's a treatment for them. Okay. Most servants, on the up and up, back here, most servants was obedient. Most servants was good. You didn't hear about nobody smacking their servant's eye out. Right or wrong?
Damn.
Oh, if you can hit a person to where you could knock their eye out, I've seen it with my own eyes.
That's crazy.
That's a hard hit.
Is it?
Okay? Or their tooth. That's a hard hit. You whack somebody in their tooth fly. Yeah, man, that was a little too hard. You gotta let them go. You got the dude walking around toothless now. You gonna feel like, I mean, as a man, now I gotta walk around and be subservient to the guy that knocked my eye out and knocked my tooth down. He just whacking me all over the place. God said, nah. Especially a maidservant. You understand how these people was? They didn't have to go through none of that. God said, if that go down, then we'll go to nah. We didn't have servants like that. We didn't have people like this. They weren't hostile. They weren't miserable.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the ways that we have is from being miserable. The reason why you're miserable, because you don't make up our minds to serve God. So a godly man is a content man. You know what that means? He's satisfied with whatever comes his way. That's the godly man. You're not going to cry and complain. Every time you hear this guy's voice, he's complaining about somebody. He's this about somebody. You're miserable. You need more of God in your life. You need to do more. Because only, there is no rest for the wicked. It's in the Psalms. You know what that means? Not today in this life, because you got wicked people that they're good.
Mm-hmm.
They're chilling. When they die, the wicked don't get no rest. They don't get no comfort. It's a constant torture. Exodus 21. He said, now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them. Thou by an evil servant 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. Isn't this what happened with Jacob and Laban?
Mm-hmm.
All these commandments, remember, Laban said, yo, where you going? You just left out of here. These are my kids and my daughters. I gave you the wives you got. Remember, he told him that. Laban told Jacob that. So God is saying, look, listen, man, if you come in with nothing, you leave out free. Okay? And you can't hold him here no more than 7 years. Because he got held 21 years. Or 20 years? Was it 21 years, right?
7,
7 and 6, that's 20.
No, yeah, 20.
Yeah, 7 and 6 is 20. Because 7 3 times is 21.
Yeah.
21, yeah.
That's too long.
Yeah.
And you see why he was there, because the man kept tricking him.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
God told him a science. This is a science. What God told him. He said, yo, if you feeding them, they take the poplar trees and make them spotted. That way, photographic memory, while they're eating, they see spots. When they cohabitate, that transfers into the child that come out of that animal. Do you know the same thing happens with women when they're pregnant? Yeah. And being that you're the man and you carry the seed, right? What comes from you is you. So think about it. What you're programming your eyes and your ears and your mouth and your nose, all your senses with. Then you have children. Whatever that entertainment is coming out in there. Same science. So now when they eat and they see the spots, what happened? They have children and they have the animals that start having, all of them came out spotted and ring straight. And remember the deal, he said all the ones that spotted and ring straight is yours. And they were the feeble ones. It was few. There's a little bit of them. They weren't producing a lot of babies. But the ones he had his cattle was all one color, all white or all brown or all black. He said, so now those are mine. So these are yours. So God said, okay, I'm gonna switch it now. When you feed them, you take the poplar trees, you make cuts in it so that they see spots and strings and race and stripes. And when they eat, they are going to bear animals with spots, rings, and stripes. And they wind up cohabitating and having more than Laban's, to the point where Jacob's, you look out, the whole pasture, the whole fields is his. Mm-hmm. And you look where Laban's is at, it's not too much. Now his sons, they was mad. They started treating and looking at Jacob a different way. They said, man, this guy come here now and take our father's inheritance. We ain't got nothing. They don't know what that God told Jacob to do this with the animals. They don't know. All they seeing is, yo, man, how come dad's stuff is depleting? And this guy's stuff, the stranger. You're a stranger once you live in somebody's house. If it's not yours, you are a stranger. Yeah. So Jacob couldn't say but so much. That's why the Most High helped him out. Now he got more than him. Can't do nothing about that now. Why? Because the man was deceived over and over and over. So that's why a lot of these laws are incorporated, because some of them are incorporated off the lives of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and what they went through.
Right.
You see how God deal with us, man? He don't like nobody being taken advantage of, oppressed, being forced. You know what I'm saying? Treatment that's very hostile and volatile. Okay? God don't like that, man. Now, we're going to go to Deuteronomy. Bouncing all over this floor here. Deuteronomy chapter 14. The diet. Israelites act like there's no diet. Like the only thing you gotta stay away from is pork.
Literally.
And that's it.
Shrimp.
They probably eat that too now.
Come on.
They don't even teach against it.
I don't hear it.
You don't hear it. You move around more than I do.
I don't hear it.
You'd be surprised what people got in their homes, man. Yeah, go to a brother's house.
Jimmy Dean in the fridge.
This good. When he open up the fridge, take a peek. You'll see. He said, "Ye are the children of the Lord your God. You shall not cut yourselves, nor make any laws between your eyes for the day." People worship the day. It's an ancient Hamitic custom. All right. Most of the children of Ham that came out of Ham, okay, Hamitic people, they have a way of worshiping the dead. They do certain things when people are dead in their family. All right. The Hamitic people, they cut themselves and they paint themselves and they cut and etch writings and images into their skin. Today we call it tattoos. That's what tattoos are. Tattoos were made to commemorate the dead. Now is a sign of ornamentation of the body. Art is art. Art is idolatry also. Yeah, paintings, statues, all that come from Greek Hellenism. Greek philosophy, that's what took over. That's where you get museums from. What you go to the museum for? To look at what? Paintings, images, and statues. That's all that's in there. Yeah. Now, they cut themselves. You have certain Nigerian tribes members today. You will see 3 cuts or 2 cuts under each eye. Mm-hmm. You see, African, if you see precise cuts, that was a ritual. That's this for the dead, for their ancestors. Okay? And this is where tattoos came from, and piercings. He said, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the day. You know what the baldness between your eyes? Your eyebrows. They shave their eyebrows off for the day. This is an old Egyptian custom. When you shave your eyebrows off, or you shape them, or you take them off, you cut them off, and then put fake ones on. That's what the women do, right? You do anything to your eyebrows, you are worshiping a dog. The dog of Egypt, which is also a god that sits by the realm of the dead. Yeah, that's what they say. It really is a jackal. Okay? Anubis. Look it up tonight.
They got a show about it.
They have a whole show. That's right. That's correct.
When it came out.
That's correct.
Sick.
Don't get caught up in Egyptian culture.
Sick.
Don't be fascinated. It said, God said, be fascinated with me. Be in awe with me. Don't be fascinated by these people and their constructions. And look at those pyramids, man. Those are tombstones. Matzebas. We don't have that. We mark where the grave is at, and that's it. We put a stick there or something. Or put a pile of rocks there. We don't put a tombstone there because it's called a matzeba. Okay? Mask. We don't wear masks. Masks are also a commemoration of the dead, devil worship, masquerades. Okay? We don't wear that. That's also a matzeba. Okay? So the woman cannot be plucking their eyebrows and shaping their eyebrows. Back in the days, there was a rapper named Big Daddy Kane. He used to cut lines into his eyebrows. Mm-hmm. And we was teaching then because we was like following rappers, right? So we was teaching from back then. Yo, don't be cutting your eyebrows like the rappers. They don't know what they're doing it for. They're doing it because they're already heathens. And that's what's going to come their way. But they really don't know what they're doing it for. But they have to do it because they're already living that route, that life. They're already living that, they're walking in that life. Tom sheet.
For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. And the Lord had chosen thee to be a peculiar people unto himself, above all the nations that are upon the earth.
Okay. So that should make you feel proud to be who you are, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you're not.
Mm-hmm.
Because you follow the people. We say, yo, I'm Israel, chosen, but you follow the people. So you don't believe this part. God said, you are a holy people unto the Lord your God. I made you holy by giving you these holy laws. When you came out of Egypt, you wasn't holy. I got you correct, holy enough, right enough that you could go into the land, and the rest of the laws could be done because you don't have houses in the wilderness. So the laws about the houses wasn't being done yet. A lot of laws wasn't being done yet until they got in. He said, now when y'all get in, y'all better keep them. Because if you don't keep them, he said, the land is already under command not to give up nothing. The heavens is not going to rain. He said, and if you keep going, I'm going to multiply it 7 more times. Guess what's going to happen? I'm going to let the enemy come in and take your stuff and run you. And if you keep on doing it, I'm going to let the enemy come and take you out. I'm going to kick you out and replace you with other people. This happened over the course of the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm.
That's how long-suffering God is. Hundreds of years, these people serving idols, doing this, doing that, doing that. Hundreds of years. Reset. Then they get good. Then after a while, they go back following the people. More hundreds of years, more hundreds of years. More longer than that. Reset. God ain't resetting no more. You're going to let this play out. Yeah. You know when he reset the whole world? When he flooded it. Mm-hmm. If you notice, he ain't strike the whole world like this no more. Go ahead, rock out. Everybody live out your days. And he said, until the dreadful day of the Lord. Tom sheet.
Thou shalt not eat any abominable thing.
God tells you, God already tells us what's abominable. He's about to tell us the animals that are not good to eat, that are good to eat. Okay? Tom sheet.
These are the beasts which ye shall eat.
These are the beasts you are allowed to eat. All right? The ox. We know what the ox is. All right? But you know you can't eat the tail though. You can eat the ox, but they didn't eat oxtail. You know where oxtail comes from? Look. I was taught where a lot of these dishes that people eat today, where they were slave dishes. Slave dishes. They ate, the master eat the shank and the good part. And they give you the feet, the eyes, the nose, and the tail. Eyeballs, the guts. Come on. This is why people eat intestines. Chitlins. Oh, but I don't eat swine. They eat tripe. Tripe is cow stomach. And they make soup out of it. Israelites eat tripe. Yeah. The ones from the Highland especially. The Highland. You got Highland Israelites, you got American Israelites, you got Panamanian Israelites, Jamaican Israelites, you got Barbadian Israelites, nobody stopped eating the dishes in the places they were born. That's the problem. You can eat the ox, but not the tail. They didn't eat oxtail. It's fat. You know the tail. Look, the tail of an animal is nothing but gristle and fat. That's all it is. It's glue. It's glue. He said you can eat the sheep. You know what the sheep is. Mm-hmm. You can eat that. He's saying you can eat the goat, the old billy goat. They say, yeah, but the billy goat, he eat anything. God didn't say that. I'm telling you what God said. Some things he tell you why. Some things he don't. That's it. You gotta go and roll with it. He said you can eat the ox, you can eat the sheep, you can eat the goat. Verse 5.
The hart,
the hart, the roebuck, they're all out of the deer family. You know, gazelles and all that. You know what I'm saying? Those are wild animals. You gotta hunt them dudes. You gotta run them down. Okay? A hart, a roebuck. You know how big them things get? You know how big deers get? You know how big they get? Their heads be up right up here. You in the truck driving, and they looking right at you, and they not moving. And you got antlers, man. You got some big antlers. Those things are huge. Deers alone are huge. They will destroy your car. It would look like another car ran into your car. But this is what we hunted. We hunted them. We had the dominion. They feared you more. They weren't that bold like today. He said the wild goat. You got wild goats. You got goats that live wild too. You got domesticated goats, and you got goats that live wild. Those are the ones that be high up in the mountains. All the mountains you see, it be goats living up in there. Huh? And the pygarg, the wild ox, and the chamois. He said every beast that parted the hoof. This is the classification in order to eat a beast. First, the hoof has to have a split. Okay? He has to part the hoof and cleave it into two, like a deer foot. All right? His feet got to look like this. Calf feet. Got to have the feet of a calf. And it can't be, you got horses that got hoofs, but it's not a part. There's no part in the hoof. So you can't eat the horses. Okay? It has to have that split. And this God knows the animals that he made like that in that classification. Well, man gonna eat flesh. So these animals is available for his digestion and consumption. The rest of these things are abomination. He's saying cleave it to clip into two claws, right? That's one. The feet got to be split like this, right? And then he got to chew the cud. Chewing the cud means the animal has more than one stomach. That's it. We got one stomach, right? Some of these animals, the ones like deers, cows, oxen, bulls, sheep, goats, these guys have more than one stomach. Okay? They eat. And sometimes you don't see their head. You just see them still there chewing. What's chewing? Just like the rabbit. Sometimes you see him there, the rabbit be chewing. He chewing the cud. But he don't part the hoof. He got paws. Like the camel, he got paws. He chew the cud, but he got paws. And you got people today that eat camel. The hump is their favorite part. They make a type of bread out of it, a flour and a bread out of it. Then they put vegetables and other stuff in there and roll it up, and they eat it. You would think it's something that was bought out the store.
Swamp.
You would think it's
swamp.
You would think that, but it's flour made out the hump of a camel. You see what it is? I don't see what's nothing wrong with it because that stuff gives you protein and a lot of stuff there. Everything gives you a lot of stuff is made with protein. Insects had protein. Yeah, their shell casings was protein. But you're not eating that. God says it's abominable. Yeah. See the stuff with protein, vitamins, all that? You don't need that. God. Eat what God say eat. Only. And you'll run into everything that you're supposed to have. Every beast that parted the hoof and cleaveth the cleft into two claws and cheweth the cud among the beasts, that shall ye eat. And these animals have more than one stomach. They eat. It goes down into one stomach. After a while, they regurgitate. You know what regurgitate means, right? They throw it up. But They don't come out their mouth. They bring it up and they chew it again. Now, the reason why we don't have that type of stomach, do you see how animals eat? They chomp and swallow.
Mm-hmm.
We don't eat like that. We were taught you chew your food. The more you chew your food, the better your digestion. You only got one stomach. These guys ain't got to do that.
Voila.
Now you got beasts that don't chew the cud, right? They eat other beasts. They eat bones. They eat hair. They eat eyeballs. Their stomach is designed with extra acid to get rid of that stuff.
That's a fact.
Yeah, you want to know about that? God made all these creatures and their anatomy and how they work. So he knows what's good for you and me to eat.
That's a fact.
Where am I?
Verse
7.
Nevertheless, these ye shall not eat
He
of
said,
them.
now I got some beasts that you ain't got no business eating, man. And you ain't got no business touching them. They're dead carcass when they're dead. Thomas you.
Nevertheless, these ye shall not eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the cloven foot, as the camel,
The camel,
and the hare.
you cannot eat the camel, the hare, and the coney. Those are also rabbits, what we call rabbits. Okay? You got hare, rabbits, and conies. Right? That's what the island is named after, Coney Island. When they first got there, before people started building stuff there, and amusement parks and houses and homes, it was infested with rabbits. This was an area where a lot of conies lived. Okay? And conies usually live in mountainous, because you had mountains. It was smaller hills out there. The landscape here changed, y'all. Okay? How the land and the world looks now didn't look back then. Yeah, and animals had more places to hide.
That's crazy.
In that area, what we call Coney Island, they had rocky little crevices and little hills, and they were able to hide in there. Man came and moved that away and built buildings.
That's crazy.
And Ferris wheels and roller coasters. That's why. And that area is called, you see it, it's called Coney Island.
Yeah.
So Coney, the hare, and the rabbit, they're all in the same family. They chew the cud. Anytime you see a rabbit, a coney, a hare, right? Look, a guinea pig. People keep these things for pets. Most pets people keep are animals that are unclean to eat. Okay? And you will see the rabbit, the coney, and the guinea pig, it's like they stay chewing. They chew the cud. But they got claws and they got paws. So that eradicates them from the list of things that are good for you to eat. So you got the coney, the camel, they chew the cud, but divide not the hoof. Therefore, they are unclean unto you. And the swine, you know who the swine is, the piggy wiggy, the mighty pig,
Near.
the boar. Okay, what's other names for pigs? The hog. The hog, man, I'm gonna call it hog. They're eating that hog. Okay? He said it divided, and the hog and the pig has become the heathen's main course. Okay? The pig, the turkey, and the chicken. Think about it. The days that we ain't got no business celebrating.
Yeah.
The pig, the chicken, and the turkey, highly celebrated on those days. The day ain't the day if you don't have turkey. Okay? My father used to be a Catholic before he was introduced to the Most High God. He grew up in a Catholic country in Panama. Everybody out there is in Jake. Especially at that time.
They love that.
40s, in the 40s and the 50s, 1950s. The main thing eaten is that pig. Look, the skin, they call it chicharron. They don't let nothing go. They said if they could catch the oink and cook it, they would do it too.
That's bad funny.
It is the pig is the spokesperson for all heathen diets. And if you don't have that, you got the chicken right next to they're right next to each other. Those are the main dishes of the world.
It's not word.
On holidays and on Sunday. Sunday worship, being that Emperor Constantine changed the Sabbath day and changed the worship of God on a certain day, which was Saturday, he changed it to Sunday to worship the sun. Okay? This is sun worship, high potency sun worship. Mixed with paganism, idolatry, worship of the dead. Look. Little bit of Hebrewism, little bit of Zoroastrianism. Soros was the name of a Persian man back then. He was a mountain man, and he devised his own religion. Okay? All right? And the Jewish man that we know today have taken up a lot of the Judaism. See those Jewish, what they do? A lot of the stuff that they do comes from Babylon. When the Israelites was in Babylon for 70 years. A lot of Israelite priests, okay, started delving into the craft. And they started finding out, like you see how people speak backwards? You know, like speaking into it. They did that with the Hebrew. They took the Hebrew and made it backwards. All right. Hebrew is read from where? From right to left, right? Yeah. Everything else is from left to right. Think about it. And corrupt everything for their idolatry and devilry. They went into Babylon. When they went into Babylon, everybody didn't keep those commandments. No. Everybody didn't come home. A lot of people stayed. It said a lot of the Israelites stayed because they were happy in Babylon and they had good businesses, money. They said, man, I'm not going back there and serve God, because you can't serve God in Babylon. Nope. That's not going to happen. You got to serve the God that they serve, or they take your stuff and kill you. That's how it went. So now everybody's on their way back to Jerusalem. Mm-hmm. It's a happy occasion, but not for everybody. Oh, no, I'm staying here in America. I'm staying here in Brooklyn, man.
I'm staying.
That's what they did. If everybody was going back down, that's not happening. You're gonna die wherever you live at. Yep. God already put it out there. We've been exiled. Sorry. This is not a sentence. A sentence, it means it's a time and then you come back. This is not a sentence. We have generations of children being born outside of it. When you go back now, what's there to go back to? But the Dome of the Rock.
That's it.
Okay? A meteorite that fell from the sky, okay, that they took and put up in there, which is in place of the altar of God. That's where it used to be. So the swine is the spokesperson for all abominable eatery and diets. Remember, I said again, these animals, these certain dishes are made on certain days that we don't celebrate. Mm-hmm. Is something wrong with those animals, with those fowl? People still not, man, ain't nothing wrong with the chicken. All right. Mm-hmm. Maybe you was meant to keep eating abominable things all the rest of your life. You ever thought about that? But that's what God do. God hardened your heart. Your Pharaoh is the only one he hardened. He was made an example. Uh-huh. But Pharaoh's heart is not the only one who gets hardened. He said, man, this guy don't listen. Now he want to harden his heart. Get him out of here. That's why people will go away. That's why people say, I ain't going around this no more. I'm not doing this no more. God hardened your heart away from me because you hardened your heart to God first.
That's why you keep shaving your head, monkey, because your heart is hardened.
Your heart is hardened. Now today, you eat products that have ingredients put into it. Yep. They make and cook your food for you now. They package it, give it to you, and tell you what to add, how you can heat it up, microwavable or not, you don't have no control over that. You do have control if you put it in your mouth or not. It's good to read the ingredients and find out where a lot of these ingredients are coming from. Most of the ingredients are abominable from God. You would be surprised where they get a lot of the ingredients from. You would be surprised. Beaver. See the beaver? You see that word preservatives? Artificial flavors? They get it from the anus of a beaver. Yeah. You wonder why you're so addicted to certain things. They know how to do this stuff. That's why you gotta watch your diet. He said he divided the hoof. He got a hoof, he split his hoof. The pig is split, right? But he don't chew the cud. He got a different type of stomach. You ain't gonna see him just sitting there chewing, no. He gonna eat something. Yeah. The chicken now, you know what they say about the chicken? Oh, the chicken is a clean animal because it got that bag.
What?
Yo, I'm gonna tell you the truth. People need, you gotta read this every day, right? But you gotta read, period. Look up in the dictionary. Find out certain things on your own. I've been hearing this off the beamer all my life, and I hear it amongst heathen people all my life. That bag is where all the impurities go, so that's why it's clean. No. You know what that bag is? You know what that bag is? It's called a wattle. W-A-T-T-L-E. You know what that does? It regulates the temperature of the animal.
That's it.
He got it. Spit in front of it, watch what it do.
Let's go eat it.
You woke around with spit hanging out.
So but let's leave that alone because however, God said, hey, that animal is good, that animal is good. But this animal here, you make up stuff for it. That bag, don't know impurity or uncleanness go there. It don't work like that. That bag is to regulate the temperature of the bird. That's how God made them. I've had people argue me. Yeah, I had people recently. They said, no, that bag. I said, no, it's not. It's called, do you know what that bag is called? No, but I know. Wait a minute. Hold on. You could tell me how this whole thing works, the inside and out, but you can't tell me what the name of it is. You just want to talk. You don't want to be corrected. You don't want to be corrected. You don't want to learn. This is a person that think they know everything. You don't want to learn. I said, man, this is what we got Google for. Look it up, man. Look it up. Look it up. And it'll tell you. It has nothing to do with, if he eat that spit, whatever he ate, going in his stomach.
Right there.
And they don't chew the cud. Fowl does not chew the cud. Just think about it. In the world of witchcraft, the animal that is used is what? The chicken. The chicken, man. Okay? The blood is put on you. They put the blood all over the house, making signs and symbols. Okay? Every Sunday meal, dinner, you have to have chicken. Where these things come from? I ain't never read none of this nowhere. Where does these rules and traditions and mannerisms, where does it come from? Don't come from here. It don't come from there. Dude, take chicken eggs and crack it and take dust the yolk and wear it with the blood on them. In that world, why you don't use a pigeon? Why you don't use a clean bird? That bird is unclean, man. Just like the turkey. Dark meat or light meat? The dark meat, it still got blood in it. That's why it's dark. It got cooked. You don't see that with oxes. You don't see that with cows. How come the turkey has dark meat and light meat? Turkey got a lot of blood, more than the chicken. You know that, right? They're bigger. The head breacher, I've seen a full-grown dude chase me in the woods one time like this, that I got too close to the family, not knowing. I went in the woods to do my business. I turned around and looked. There's a little one right there. I said, all right, gobble, gobble. Because that's what they made. They do make that noise. I'm gobble, gobble. And then I heard, when I looked up, I seen another one running towards me. I said, oh, you got it out of there. Those things are big. They act like dinosaurs. Remember, most birds are evolved. They do come from dinosaurs. Their roots are from dinosaurs. Theropod. Look up that word tonight. Theropod. Therapod. Theropod means three. Thera, 3.
Mm-hmm.
The chicken and the turkey got 3. Look at their feet. People take it up, dip it in soup, eat chicken feet. Chicken. That's a lizard's foot. If you look at their feet, you will see scales like a lizard. As you go up more, you use a little bit of leg, they get longer. The scales get longer, and then you see feathers. Those scales on the dinosaur got turned into feathers in time. Y'all don't even know about the history of birds on this planet. God said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the fowl. All fowls came from the water. But some of them died, most of them died off. A lot of animals back then died off. They don't exist. And remember, I told you guys about New World and Old World. Old World. You got Old World, what you call it? What's the one that God gave, the bird that God gave the people? Quails. What is the difference? I had to check it out. The difference is the New World quail is hybrided with everything. It's related to every unclean bird. That's why you hear Israelites say, oh, maybe the genus. Don't go by that standard. You got to question the standards that they give you. Okay? You can't just take everything for granted what they tell you. I said, okay, they're saying, let me see. Okay, according to the standard that man has set with the birds, the chicken is in the same family with the quail, and we know that's impossible.
Can't work.
It's impossible. It's impossible. There's no way. It's all hooked up, man, for you to be abominable before God. But people don't want to believe it because they are destined to be that way. Township.
And the swine, because it divided the hoof, and yet chew it not the cud. It is unclean unto you. You shall not eat of their flesh, nor touch their dead carcass. These ye shall eat of all that are in the world.
So, what do you say? We didn't have pigs on our farms. Israelites were the only ones in the whole world who had farms that did not have pigs in it. Everybody else has farms with pigs. Township.
All that have fins and scales shall ye eat.
Okay, these shall ye eat of all that in the waters. Now we get to the waters. What's in the waters? There's a lot of creatures in the waters. It's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of action going down in the waters. And the deeper you go, more action you get. Okay? We got creatures down there that man ain't seen yet. That God put them there to guard certain things. God put them there to keep man away from certain things. God had certain animals, certain beasts. He talking about. He said, "Man, dude, you stay right there. But when the day comes, you come up. You come up. They don't found teeth this big. Teeth of an unidentifiable fish. Unidentifiable fish. Teeth. This big, imagine the mouth. He said, whatsoever have not fins and scales, he may not eat it. Fins is the stuff they use to swim. Okay? That's what you see on the side, those fins, right? The scales is what you see people scraping on. When you catch a fish, you see the guy going like this, and you see little things popping on. Those are little plates that they call scales. Okay? Your fish has to have that. If they have scales and no fins, no good. If they have fins and no scales, no good. That's why seafood is no good. Shrimp, lobster, crabs. Look at a lobster real good. Take the claw away. You got a water bug. People go, oh man, I don't say that because why? Because you don't want the truth in your head while you eating that garbage?
It has the same
Look how messed up people are.
same anatomy as roach.
It has the same anatomy.
As a roach.
You get a water bug and turn them upside down. You get a lobster and turn them upside down. You're going to see the same structure. Only thing, he got claws because of where he at. He got claws of where he at. And this guy could pop wings and fly because of where he at. You don't want to know about science, right? But look, God is the science. And he knows what he did when he created everything. So that's why we have these rules. People be tearing that up, man. But one dude, he said, nah, I don't eat pork. Everybody, he really did. I said, okay, do you eat seafood? He said, yeah. I said, you might as well eat pork then. That's abominable just like that. The pork ain't the only thing. The pig was not the only thing. Jump sheet.
And whatsoever had not fins and scales, you may not eat.
You can't
It
eat
is
turtle
unclean
soup.
unto you.
Turtle soup. What you call that? Oysters, clams. You're not even eating flesh. None of those animals have flesh. None of those creatures have flesh that you would get off a beast or a cow. It's pus. It's the same pus that when you get a mosquito bite, right? And after a while, you see a little liquid come up, that little clear liquid, right? And then it hardens, right? That's what you eat when you eat seafood. You take that and you apply heat to it. When you apply the heat to it, it gets hardened. And it's salty and got a taste to it. And they put hot sauce on it and go and throw the shell away. Seafood is all life in the waters that have a skeleton on the outside. It's called an exoskeleton. They have an exoskeleton because they don't have bones. They don't have veins. They don't have blood. They got matter. Other stuff that God made for them to design for them to live in the waters. You got no business eating these things. Tom Sheep.
Of all clean birds you shall eat, but these are they of which you shall not eat.
Now, mind you, he said, of all clean birds you shall eat. Can anybody give me a list of clean birds? Can anybody give me a list of clean birds?
Pigeons,
No.
quails.
The only birds that we know is the ones that God mentioned, which was pigeons, doves, and quails. Let's keep it a buck. We don't have no other list because most birds are unclean. There's rarely too many birds there's not too many birds that are clean to eat. God didn't make most fowl available for us to eat. You got to come to terms with that. According to what I'm seeing, he said, of all clean birds you shall eat. But we ain't getting no list of it. And if there is a list, we don't know it. So when in doubt, do it out. That's what I was taught in the old Benai, the original Benai. When in doubt, do it out. Don't go and still eat it. Don't go and still do or partake of it. And then when I say, yo, man, but do you know? No. So why are you still eating it? Why are you still waiting? Why are you still doing it? That's the evil you got to fight. Yeah, I don't see no list of clean birds. So why don't people, look, you love bird that much? All right. Never mind old or new. I don't see people eating quail. I don't see Israelites eating quail. They don't specialize in eating quail. No, right or wrong, brother, no. Lying to yourself. Tom Sheep.
The eagle, the ostrich, and the osprey.
The eagle, we know what the eagle is. You know that, the bald eagle, the big bad eagle, the eagle, the symbol of Rome and America. The ultimate carnivore. These birds are carnivorous birds. They eat other birds. They catch other birds, kill them and eat them. Then you got some birds that are not. They eat berries and green and leaves and little worms and stuff. Township.
And the glede and the kite and the vulture
The
after its kind.
osprey, the osprey, these guys, you catch them near the water. Very fast. Very fast birds. These guys are fast. He said the glede and the kite. The kite is like a raven. Real dark bird. It look like a crow, but it's not. And you get this mostly in Australia. You get this in the islands where people live at. You get it in the jungle area, Africa. Wherever there's a jungle at, you're going to get a kite and a glede. He's saying the vulture. The vulture usually hangs around where people die at. The desert. Vultures, and what's the other one? Buzzards. They live in predominantly dead areas. Desolate areas. Areas where animals and humans not going to live too long. They know this. This is where my food is at. They don't kill. Vulture is not going to kill him and chase down another bird and kill him and eat him like an eagle would. He wait till he die. He wait till you fall out. And you ain't totally dead. You just can't move. Yep. That's when he comes, boop. The first thing he eats on is what? The eye.
They go for the eyes.
He eats for the eye. Birds, another eye. Start picking at the eyes. You can't even, you like this. You're so messed up. You're about to die. You can't even shoo them away. They know this. They walk like this. They walk like this. Big. Dudes is big, man.
Yeah.
You hear it when they, man, those guys are big, man. God made these guys big. Big. He said they go after dead things. All right. And you got the vulture and his kind. Okay. You got the turkey vulture and you got the chicken vulture.
Yeah.
His kind. That should dead it right there. It said the vulture after his kind. You got turkey vulture and chicken vultures. I don't know how it got to be that way. I don't care. Doesn't matter. That's their kind. It said every raven after his kind. Like the Baltimore raven. See that bird? That's a carnivorous bird too. It's a wild bird. That bird eat anything. It's like a crow. All right? The crows come out of the raven family. It said, and the owl. Y'all know what the owl is. And the owl is also a sign of devilism. Yeah. Drake, the rapper everybody like.
OVO.
He got a clothing line. That OVO and all that. The O's is the two eyes of the owl.
Not what?
All right? Yeah. Most owls come out at night. They're nocturnal animals. Okay? So people in the witchcraft uses that owl as their symbol because it's a night creature.
Sick.
Okay? They said it's also has been made a god. These animals are also gods to the people. All right? And this is going to look real familiar now. An owl with glasses, like he's a professor. Why is potato chips? What you think why is potato chips the symbol for that is?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. It's starting to take it off.
The eye, that eye is the owl of the eye. That eye is the eye of the same eye that's on the dollar bill. That eye is the same eye. It's the same eye as CBS, the channel CBS. That symbol, that's an eye. What's up with the eye? Something is not right. Why do they deal with eyes? Why do they have things standing? What's up? Do you see the connection?
Sure.
The owl is also a god in that world and revered as all wise and all seeing and all knowing. That's a god. That's what God is. God is all seeing and all knowing. Nobody else.
That's right.
But they put that on the owl. Okay? A bird that eats rats. That's what it eats. It eats rats and smaller birds and lizards. Anything smaller than it. He said, and the night hawk. You got certain hawks that only come out at night too. He said, and the cuckoo, which is the cuckoo bird. That bird has been extinct. They don't hunted that bird down. You can't find it no more. And the hawk after his kind. You got all types of different breeds of hawks. The little owl, the great owl, the swan, the pelican, the gear eagle, the cormorant, the stork and the heron after her kind, the lapwing and the bat, because you got people who eat bats too. I heard that's how Corona came up. Yeah, messing with those bats. Yeah, bats don't get sick. They have a thing in them that they could push off poisons and diseases. So China has laboratories, and you got some of these guys that eat. I've seen a woman, the Asian people, they got one Asian lady that goes on there. Her whole thing is eating abominable stuff. That's all she do. Okay? She sits there and eats worms. Then you go to the next thing. She's eating things that people don't eat. And she was eating bat wings. Bat wings, yes.
The COVID prototype, man.
And in that world, bat's blood has to be used also. And you have to eat abominable things in that world.
China virus.
I'm trying to where these viruses come from. Yeah. Because man meddle and sort out many inventions.
That's a fact.
So God is the creator of everything, but man has sought out many inventions. Now you have a bright idea. You want to do this now. You want to take the cells from a fish that don't get cold in freezing water and put it in a fruit or vegetable. Now you can plant this thing all year round. You don't have to wait until summertime.
They do that.
They are doing that now, man.
That's sick. Stem cells, bro. It's sick.
You said what?
And every creeping thing that fly.
Okay, hold on. I'm still on the birds, right? The owl, the nighthawk, the cuckoo, the owl, the great owl. What's the word for the great owl in Hebrew? Because it doesn't say great owl.
Yanshuf.
Yanshuf. Brother, what does Yanshuf mean?
Turkey buzzard.
Turkey buzzard.
I know that word.
Turkey buzzard. Where you think the turkey come from? Where do you think it come from? Chickens come from vultures. Turkeys come from buzzards. Tell you like stop eating them drumsticks, man. You eating veins. You eating blood. You eating fat of an unclean animal. Not just unclean, but now you're eating the blood and the fat of it. And it's a sacrificial animal of the heathen. It's a sacrificial animal of devil worshippers.
Yep.
It is a sacrificial animal of Sunday worship.
Yep.
It is the symbol diet for Sunday worshipers and sun God worshipers. That is the diet. That bird, that's what you have to have on that table.
Yeah.
Tamshi.
And every creeping thing that fly is unclean unto you.
Every creeping thing that flies is unclean to you.
They shall not be eaten.
You can't be eating it. You got people who go to different parts of the world. They don't eat cereal. Look like cereal. But there's a bunch of dead insects in there. They pour milk on it and eat it.
All the ants.
Go to Istanbul, Thailand. Go to places like that.
Wow.
Go to that restaurant. You can't go to none of their restaurants. There's no well, they got vegan stuff in there.
They got vegan options in Thailand.
You could get that. So all the vacation goers, got everybody go on vacation. I'm going here, I'm going here. Be aware where you're going. Certain parts of the world, you ain't gonna be able to do law.
Nah, this is won't happen.
I'm a traveler, man. I know. I've been before most of y'all was born. I done been around half this world. People live different. People eat stuff to make another heathen say, ugh.
Oh.
Yeah. You'll be surprised, man. I done seen a dude in India. He got rats. Rats. He's in his temple of his God. But there are rats that live in there because rats is also the God. He grabbed one, slam it, bang, bang. Grab it by the tail, slam it across it, and that's his dinner. The whole world's eating abominable. But over here is chicken. Over there is a rat. Over there is lizards. Okay?
Dog, cat.
It's all the same. It's all abominable.
I'm
People eat roaches. You go uptown, go to Chinatown. Go to Chinatown. Mahara showed me. He said, look, you see that right there? He said, those are ants. Those are chocolate-covered ants. He said, over there, those are chocolate-covered roaches. Then you got the bees. They take the stinger out. Certain part, they take the wing and the stinger out. These things are delicacy. Everything that God say is abominable, the world say is good. Do y'all understand?
Yeah, that's a fact.
So we can't, but when you follow the people of this world, the people of the city, the people of the state, the people of the country, you serve other gods. Because you're following the people that serve those gods.
That's a fact.
Okay? That's why Most High told them, he said, look, of the doings of the land of Egypt, Leviticus 18, of the doings of the land of Egypt, where I brought you from, and the doings of the land of Canaan, where you about to go, shall ye not do. Meaning, their lifestyle, their celebrations, their days that they say is holy. Everybody, these guys say they're holy. These guys, God tells you what is holy. That water is not holy. God's a pedophile, and he's able to make holy water and bless you. Get out of my face, man.
That's sick.
Get out of my face.
That is sick, man. Man, holy water.
He said, but of all clean fowls he may eat. Verse 21.
Ye shall not eat of anything that died of itself.
Okay, how do I know this meat that I'm buying from the store? I'm going to soak it. It's going to get soaked. But, I didn't kill it.
That's a fact.
What if it died of an evil disease? What if another animal tore it up? And God said, man, I'm taking this and cut out the bad part and use it. These rules were given to a free people, not a people who get their food from other people.
That's what it is.
That's the problem. Tamshi,
Thou shalt give it unto the
give
stranger.
it to the stranger,
that is in
man.
thy gates.
That is in your gates. Look. That's about the only thing you could do to the stranger that's in your gates. That's the only thing you give him that. He's allowed to eat it.
Mm-hmm.
God said he can eat it because even though he's doing this here, he can eat it. It's not going to affect him. God said that. Don't bust your head. Why it's a difference.
That's people mess up.
Don't bust just what people mess up at.
Thinking.
You are, no, we're going to leave. Just pointing this out, leave open for discussion. No.
Leave open.
There's no leave open nothing. If it's not explained in the book, leave it the way it is. There's nothing open for discussion. Because I'm going to say what I think it is. You're going to say what you think it is. He's going to say what he think it is. He's going to say what he think it is. They going to say what they think it is. And guess what?
That was that right answer.
No, you don't know.
Nope.
So you can't put something and say this is it and you don't know. Leave that. There's certain parts and there's certain things and instances and situations that happen cannot be explained. Stop trying to explain it and stop asking questions about stuff that the teacher ain't got no explanation because the book ain't got no explanation.
He forced to make something up.
Because I've heard people say, well, look, it don't explain here. I said, so what, you want me to give you an explanation? They're like, no, but what do you want me to do?
It's Christianity, dude.
You got to accept it and leave it the way it is.
Amen.
That's blind allegiance.
Yeah.
He said, give it to the stranger that is in thy gates that he may eat it. Or,
Thou mayest sell it unto an alien.
an alien and not he's the alien. He's the outsider. He don't do no law. He's not part of. He's not down with us like the stranger is.
Right.
The Nakri becomes the stranger when the Nakri comes amongst us and lives these commandments. He said, "Nor thy stranger that is within thy gates." I'm not gonna have a stranger in my gates and he still lived the way he lived.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't come in Israel and still observe what they wanted to observe. The stranger will come. Who's the stranger? Ruth, the Moabitess. You would say she a stranger. And she was treated as such. They looked and said, hey, man, who's this stranger? Who's this Moabite? Who's she? You know what I'm saying? We run in here. You're a foreigner.
Yeah.
And that's why there are rules for the Most High, from the Most High, for us not to vex or oppress a stranger. Because he came not to serve you or me, he came to serve God with us. So don't treat him different because he looks different. But that's why you do that. Oh, I hate Puerto Ricans. So any Puerto Rican brother or sister come in here, they get a certain treatment. Oh, I hate white people. Oh, I hate black people. But you got black people that hate black people now. You got white people that hate white people now. Hate blinds you. Okay? Hate, that's what God said, man. Hate evil, hate wickedness, hate abomination. When you go away from that, and I start hating because of your color, no good. God, man, everybody, if a person wind up in here, God bring them here. However they got here. Tom sheet.
But thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not seek the kid in his mother's milk.
He said, all of this stuff I'm telling you not to do. He said that this is the stuff that keeps you holy. How you think, how you walk in life, what you celebrate, what you eat, how you dress. All these things add up to you being separated. Separated means holy. Set apart to the service of God. Set apart, and God. God, once you're dealing with God, it sets you apart automatically. People will stop coming around you. Certain people ain't gonna come to your house no more because they don't like the rules of your house. So that's why family. Look, man. They ain't gonna respect the rules. Maybe your family, a man's family, right? Because you're a man. But the woman's family is always the woman's family that got a problem.
Oh my gosh.
Think about it. So you can't do, I got a problem, but you're a man. Hey, you're man. But the woman is always a problem. They mothers be in their ears, man. I know this from experience. Their mothers be in their ear. Okay? They aunties be in their ear. The woman of their family be in their ears. Not too much the man. Be the woman. I know this through experience. Most of the time it's the mothers.
You gonna stop doing this?
Because it's most of the time it's the mothers. We're not getting virgins out of a house with a father and a mother that serve God. Let's remember that too. Okay? So certain things not gonna be the way it is back here. I get with this girl, she got a baby daddy already. Daddy is so. It happens. That's why the guy said, yo, I went into her, she was not a maid. I expect for marrying because I get her out your house, daddy. She's a virgin or the child. If not, she ain't a virgin, then why is she not with the man?
Not what?
Or was this a case where the man seduced her, right? But the father utterly refused. Guess what? I ain't gonna want him. He got it already.
Yeah.
And while I'm walking with her, he's gonna be able to say something. So David said, look, Mikal, you come back. I'm not going back into you no more, but you got to get back here. You're my wife. I'm not going to be king, and my wife is laying up over there.
That's a dub.
Before we do anything, bring my wife back here that I paid 100 foreskins. Look. Paid 200. But the requirement was only one. And that's how just he is. He ain't even, look, he don't have no pride in him to say, well, look, and it was 200. He didn't even do that.
Nah.
You see that? He ain't toot his own horn. We toot our own horn too much. I want to be the one. I want to be the main one. I want to be the best in everything. I want to top you in that. Oh, you do that? Well, I'm better than you. I can never see. What's up? You have a problem with yourself. All these things would be corrected if we serve God, though.
Yeah, because this is the mind of people who are bugged out and crazy. They call it warped. You know what warped mean? Everything is not correct. Everything is in there, but it's not in place. Time sheet.
Thou shalt truly tithe all the increase that I see. And the field bring it forth year by year.
But I tax myself. Ain't that something? What country have you known existed or exists now but they don't tax you? This is the only Israel, man. You know what anybody? You know when they started taxing? South to the top.
Get them.
Later on down the line.
Get them.
Later on down the line. Yeah, they was taxing them because, you know, Israel became a rich country, became the richest country at that time. So rich, so invaluable that Solomon was able to take whole silver, big chunks of silver, and throw it in the street for decoration.
That's crazy.
The city shine. Jerusalem is a jewel city. When the sun come up and it shine, you see stuff shining out of there. It was beautiful in those days.
The house of God was crazy.
Beautiful.
I heard
It was the apple of God's eye.
Doors, nigga. I'm gonna say gold doors.
Gold
Solid.
doors, man.
Solid.
Gold doors, gold, brass, bronze, silver. That's all you're going to find in there.
That's a fact.
Why you think everybody was running up in there?
Mm-hmm.
Get rich. One king said, look, man, I got to stop this guy from coming up in here. Give me the doors. He took 2 of the doors and sent it. It's solid gold. God ain't cheap. God, whatever God tell you want something to make, it's the best of the best.
It's always the best.
There ain't no cheap wood. He didn't tell Noah, just pick any tree. He told him what kind of tree. Go for wood. This here, I could seal it. I could seal with this wood. You can use this wood and seal vessels.
It's the finest of the world.
Yes. Time sheet.
And thou shalt eat before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose to place his name there.
The place that God chose to place his name is no more right now. Used to be in Jerusalem. It got desecrated and taken out in 70 AD. Never been back since. All the utensils and everything that was in the temple is in the Vatican City of Rome, exactly as of this day. Locked away, chained up, untouched, unseen. None of those posts, all those posts that lived and died, they never went in that room because of what happened in the book of Daniel.
They know not to. They scared.
They know. They know. The book of Daniel, Belteshazzar
Facts.
took out the utensils and the cups
Yeah.
that the priests were ordered to drink out of. Right? They took it. Here, noblemen, governors, and all of their noblemen and their wives,
Had whores.
women.
Whores.
First of all, in the nation of Israel, only the priest was allowed, right?
That's it.
Not even another tribe,
Right.
let alone an outsider, right? And then his woman is unclean.
Yo. God had to pop off.
And they
God had to pop off.
Who foreseen?
This is why they don't have laws for menstruation. That's why when you teach a woman about the menstruation, she feel away because she was never dealt like this. She was never treated apart. I was never set apart.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
That's
a big
why
fact.
they feel away.
That's a fact. Tell us.
Because nobody's telling them, look, man, you gotta be by yourself. You gotta stay to yourself. Wife, you don't have to cook for me. My wife don't cook for me when she's on her menstruation. She don't have to do nothing for me.
7 days.
Don't come kissing and hugging on me.
That's a fact.
Stay away from me. You are unclean, woman. Everything that you sit and lay on, you contaminate forever. When you get clean, that chair don't get clean. It said it shall be what? Did somebody finish it?
It shall be a part of separation.
It shall be for her separation.
Word.
Meaning the next time she get unclean, that's what she sit on.
Yeah.
The one that she got unclean. So take this and put it to the side. That's why she need a room to the side. That's why we didn't share the same bed.
Uh-oh.
Man and woman, wife, husband, did not sleep in the same bed until
TV turned to color.
They did a study and they said
Look at the show I Love Lucy.
long
They didn't
marriage-
sleep in the same beds.
They said long marriages last when the man sleep with.
Look, all those shows, certain things, there's old ways in it that people look and be like, the man always had his den.
Facts.
Nobody go in that
I
room.
learned that from my pops.
I saw that on shows. Regular shows. My place of business in the basement. You can't just go down there. This the man said, yeah, y'all got y'all quarters. I got my extra quarters. In order for me to cohabitate with my wife, I gotta go in her tent.
That's a fact.
She can't come in my tent.
That's a fact.
She can't even lay on my bed because it's a man's bed. Can leave your bed.
man cave.
Tool, utensil, thing. All of this in the possession of a man, a woman can't use. A tool. She can't take my screwdriver and use it. Utensil. We have different utensils in there, but when the food is being broken out, the ones that got the chain on it, you see the big spoons? The ones that have the chain on it is for the woman. Only the woman use those spoons.
That's right.
The ones that don't have the chain, the men use it. And you got to watch the little kids and make sure they don't use, you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
That they recognize. They've been ID'd.
Right.
Okay, there's a separation in that kitchen. It's two different microwaves.
Can't leak at bed.
Can leak your bed. There's a microwave for the men right now in that
Right.
kitchen.
In my kitchen too.
And there's a microwave in your kitchen too.
my kitchen too.
Yeah. Is that it spread?
Facts.
We ain't learned this way to just be here.
Facts.
We gotta go to your home and do what you learned here.
Facts.
You gotta see the same thing.
Facts.
Yeah.
I'm at.
Facts.
He say, instrument. She can't pick this up and go to home.
That's right.
It's my home.
Talk about it. What I told you.
She can't do it. I can say, well, look, Isha, blow the horn. I can't let her do that. I tell my son do it. Another man has to do it. Okay?
I can't touch that one.
Okay? Weapon.
That's right.
My weapon.
That's a fact.
You can't take my sword
Right.
or my
Can't touch
gat.
the glove.
You can't grip my, you can't grippy my grip.
But put it on purpose. It's crazy.
Can't grip.
Back then, the women didn't have weapons. Back then, the women didn't operate with tools. They didn't build nothing.
Nah.
They didn't do construction.
Nah. You didn't see what Yael had to use to kill him?
Okay? A tent peg.
Right. She used something from the test. She ain't had a weapon.
She had no weapons.
She had no weapons.
A tent peg.
Yeah,
Tent pegs are like this big,
Right.
or some bigger.
Mom,
She put a piece of steel through his head.
Fact. She was packing. She was sword.
She had a sword, she'd have just killed him. Or a slingshot, because they didn't go to the army, they didn't fight.
That's right.
The world has changed, y'all.
That's right.
So be careful.
It's crazy.
Instrument, weapon. If I got a saxophone, she can't use my saxophone.
Facts.
She can't blow on it.
Facts.
Yeah.
Cheers. That's right.
Article. That covers a lot. Article and thing covers
Everything.
whatever's not mentioned.
Anything physical. Right.
That belongs to a man. Artifact, same thing.
That's right.
Vessel,
That's
my cup.
cup. That's right. Bowls.
You got men's cups.
Men's bowls.
You got a cabinet with all the men's stuff at.
Yep.
There's another cabinet with the women's stuff at.
Talk about it.
The woman's cups is colored differently to the men's cups.
Talk about it.
So it's a distinction made. That's what part of being holy is.
Talk about it.
That's how these laws make you distinct.
Talk about
Nobody has this in their house and in their
it.
kitchen.
Facts.
Nobody has that distinction.
Facts.
Go to the Israelites and ask them if they do this. One Israelite brother told my father, he said, yo, he said, nobody in Israel do that particular law.
Yeah. What's up?
Container,
Talk about it.
something to hold my food in. Our containers are different. I need to put my food in something. I go in the men's cabinet and get the white bowls.
Mhm.
The black bowls is for the woman.
Talk about it.
Dress, garment. She can't put my slippers on and run downstairs and check the mail.
Talk about
Nah.
I ain't putting her slippers on and run downstairs and check the
It's
mail.
bad. Nah.
it. I can't find my head tie. Let me put on her bonnet.
No.
Yeah, niggas
And women love to wear their men's clothes. Yeah. They love how they men smell. First of all, you got women that love how they men smell.
Can't give them that.
Okay? And you got some women, they'll put on, because I'm his. I belong to him. So they feel, hey, but they don't understand you're a woman. Women and men, two different things. But you got women that'll put on the jacket. And they think it's cool. But the laws of God separate. This is what makes you holy. Tell she.
And thou shalt eat before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose. The place is named there. The tithe of the corn.
You ain't getting no corn.
Of thy wine.
You ain't got that. You gotta go to the liquor store to get wine.
And of thine
oil. The
oil.
wine that they had, they made. The corn that they had, they planted and grew it themselves. Okay? The oil, they pressed that themselves. Everything was separated. Even the stuff they got from the ground had nothing to do with outsiders, had nothing to do with the heathen. Do you know heathen bless food in the name of their idol?
Yeah, all the time. So let's say grace. The word. Let's say grace.
It said before we give out all this food to the homeless, he says a prayer over the food.
Let's say grace real quick.
Do y'all know that?
Some damn grace.
You're not supposed to go to no pantry and get no food out of no pantry.
Nah.
Because that means you in the church. If you go to the pantry, that means you went to the church.
That's the food. Pray over.
That is
Pray over food.
Jake's food. Jake's people's food. That food is for the worshipers of Jake, not you.
It sure
His
is.
children.
Yep. Sure.
That's for his children.
Okay? I don't donate nothing to the pantry. I don't donate to the Salvation Army.
Nah.
All these things are Christian Catholic organizations.
Yeah.
Oh, but the homeless people, I got nothing to do with them.
Oh, but the homeless people.
Look, man, I don't certain people, certain situations,
And
certain things. I don't cry or laugh at. It's the will of God. I know why it's happening. I can't say nothing against it or for it. Because God also say, laugh not at your enemies.
Nah.
Even though you defeat your enemies, he said, don't gloat, don't laugh. There's a certain behavior we really got to go around with each other.
Nah.
You know why? Because even with doing that with our enemies, we get haughty with God after a while. Practice made perfect.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
We got to watch it and executing God's words in everything. We're so messed up, we don't realize where we messed up. We're trying to do, oh yeah, but God said doing it, but the procedure you're doing is not correct. How you're handling it is not correct. How you did it is not correct. You didn't cause, he said, man, you make the Lord's people to what? He said, man, I'm out of here, man. All they do is this and that, and this one do this, and this guy, and da-da-da-da. We're responsible too for the push-outs. We're responsible too. We got something to do with that too. Now, it's not our fault. Person's supposed to be stronger than that.
Nah, but still,
But if we're used to push somebody out, that's not good.
That's not good.
Nah.
That's not good.
It's not good.
God,
And there are times people get treated a certain way. If you treat me a certain way, I'm not going back over there no more. But I'm gonna go over there because I'm gonna still serve God.
Amen.
Now you got some people who don't go nowhere no more. They ain't got no excuse. They wanted an excuse to leave. But you got people who stop going one place and they still go another place. You leave them alone.
Yeah, that's right.
Leave them alone.
That's right.
Everybody don't have to come here. We can't house everybody coming here. We can't feed everybody coming here. Everybody can't go to Shabbat. Everybody can't go. This is a big land. This is a big place. It's spread it out now. There is no place that God chose to place his name. There's no one spot now.
Right. Just do God's laws, man. Do his laws.
I didn't get to make it over there, y'all, but I went to DCB. I was there at DCB. Okay.
What's up?
That's what I'm talking about. You better make it. I ain't got nothing against nobody.
That's right.
Serve God, man.
That's right.
I encourage that.
That's right.
You don't have to come here.
That's
You don't
right.
have to go there, but you better go somewhere and
right.
keep learning about God and keep serving God.
That's right.
Because I don't care what happened to me. That's what I'm going to keep doing.
That's right.
There's no excuse.
That's right. That's right.
Tom Sheep.
And the first things that I heard, and of thy flocks, that thou mayest learn to fear the Lord thy God.
This is how you learn to fear him. In each and every commandment, and you do it, you learn to fear God. You have to learn how to be afraid of him. You have to learn how to be scared of him. Okay? There's a way to worship this God. There's a way to do everything with him. You can't deal with him the way everybody else deal with their fake gods. You can't worship and pray to God the way they worship and pray to theirs. Tom Sheep.
And if the way be too long for thee, that thou art not able to carry it, or if the place be too far from thee, which the Lord thy God shall choose to set his name there.
Look at that.
When the Lord
I
thy
live
God hath
far
blessed
from
thee.
Jerusalem. Tobit, perfect example. The man named Tobit. See, it's a lot of things in this Apocrypha that they say it's non-canon. It doesn't count. It does. Why was it part of the Bible and they took it out? Think about it. There's a man named Tobit. He lived around the time when 721 BCE, when Shalmaneser, aka Pull, the Greeks call him Pull. I don't know why. Maybe he pulls people out their land and pushes them somewhere else. But Shalmaneser, Tiglath-Pileser. That's his name. Tiglath-Pileser. Tiglath-Pileser. He came and he took the 10 tribes out, left Judah. Levi was already there because when the people started to serve strange gods, all the Levites left the 10 tribe land and went to Jerusalem. Okay? Right after Jeroboam set up his different feasts and stuff. They said, nah, we ain't with it. Look, we ain't gonna eat because now nobody's serving God. Nobody's gonna bring up tithes. No food's gonna come in here. We're gonna go to Jerusalem. So all the Levites went to Jerusalem. So you had all the Levites, you had some Benjamites, and mostly Judites. Everybody else got snatched up by Tiglath-Pileser. Okay? And got taken away. They never came back to Israel. They died in their enemies' lands the same way we are going to die in our enemies' land. Same way. Tell she.
Then shalt thou turn it into money, and bind up the money in thine hand.
So I live so far away, I can't travel with all my goats and stuff that I'm bringing up. It's a lot of stuff, man. So where I'm at, I sell it all. Right. I sell it all and get the money. Bind up the money, head down to Jerusalem. When I get to Jerusalem, I buy back everything that I sold when I was in Cali. See how far it was away? I'm all as far as Cali. Now I'm here in New York. I'm just using New York and Cali as an example. All right? Because I'm far. So I can't travel with all that stuff. It's a lot. I'm never going to make it in time. By the time I get there, celebration over, and I violate it because I have to appear with my stuff. That was a command. All males shall appear before the Lord, and you can't come empty.
Nah.
So I get there now, get my shekels out. I buy back, I had 5 oxen. Give me my 5 here. I need 5 oxen. Get whatever your heart lusted after. And there, you party and rejoice before God. You can't do that here. There's no place that God chose to place his name there. You ain't got no asses. You don't have no asses. You ain't even got a car. Because that was a transportation. The donkeys and the horses was a transportation.
Even if you get the lotto, you can't do that.
You can't do that.
You can't do it.
God took down the setup. That's his setup.
Right.
Okay?
Right. That's right.
You can't take that down.
That's right. You can't do no sacrifice.
He took it down because he don't want to accept your sacrifices no more. It's not worth it.
So when you do that, you're sacrificing to something else.
Look, the level of people that are alive today are not worthy to sacrifice to God.
That's a fact.
That's how I'm seeing it.
That's a fact.
Because he said, do the commandments. So the commandments can get done without sacrifices. You can still get to God without the sacrifices.
Exactly.
You got to stop sinning.
Exactly.
That was the point of the sacrifices. Sin offering, trespass offering.
That was the easy
And
route.
the peace offerings came after I'm making peace with God because I messed up.
Right.
But if you don't mess up, you ain't got to get up, take up nothing.
God took the easy route from him.
So guess what? We're continually sinning, no sacrifices. Dead weight. You're walking dead weights.
What you did, you made it to Yom Kippur. You good back then.
Back then. That's correct. Not now.
Not now.
People think on Yom Kippur, their sins are forgiven.
That's how it's
Remember, there is no high priest here with the ouches.
Yes, it is, brother. We have some.
Where's his ouches? Where's his breastplate?
We have-
No, not his.
That's cold.
Where is the breastplate that Bezalel and them made in this book?
Got some cold hands,
Well, whoever's going to be the priest, he going to be wearing the same thing that the priest wore. It's hidden. Okay? Because those garments, it's going to be the same thing. Those all the artifacts that they took and put in the Vatican City, there's no place for you to put them.
No, man, right? That's why they got it locked up.
That's why it's locked up. And they not using it. They ain't stupid. They're smarter than the Babylonians.
It's like the ark. Remember the ark? It went to that spot. Everybody caught hemorrhoids. Went to another spot. Niggas start dying. They like, man, nobody want to touch it.
Tom sheet.
Sorry.
And shall go unto the place which the Lord thy God shall choose. And thou shalt bestow the money for whatsoever thou so lusted after, for oxen, for sheep, for wine, or for strong drink, or for whatsoever thou so
They
desire.
drunk strong drink. They drunk strong drink. Arab kid gonna tell me. Arab kid try to school me. He said, yeah. He said, he asked about something. I said, yeah, I don't eat that. You don't eat that. I don't eat that either. That's haram to you, right?
What?
I said, that's unclean for me. He said, yeah, but you drink. I got you. I said,
what?
I said, now.
No one drink.
I said, your God, no God. My God, all God.
Word. Catching a seizure right in the Quran.
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about?
That's why I could drink. I can't drink today. Today is the only day I can't drink in Yom Kippur. But I'm not sinning if I drink.
You drink.
It's sin to you because your God that was made by man, your God that was made by man thinks that it's better for people not to drink. So they put that in there.
But you can eat
God
shrimp.
is slow.
But you can eat shrimp.
Well, but the priests have wine offerings.
God is slow.
God ain't drinking the wine. And they ain't pouring that wine on the floor for nobody that's dead. They drink that wine. What they do is represent it before God, and they drink it.
We had mishtays. No,
Mishte is a banquet of wine.
That's a fact.
No.
That's a
You
fact.
walk up in here, ain't no food. You go, no. After the sundown, the food gone. You walk up in there, you got all types of tequilas. You got all types of wines. You got all types of. You don't gotta go to. Nobody gotta go to the liquor store tonight.
They don't read. What it
Okay.
said, when Noah drink, it said Noah became to be
A husbandman. Husbandman is a person
Come on.
Do his
son.
job.
Come on,
makes
son.
wine.
Come on, son.
You grow grapes. You deal with a vineyard in order to make wine. It
Drink.
has nothing to do with a man being a husband. Because one Israelite said that. And it took him to thinking some erroneous ideas about Noah, his son, and his wife.
That's what most of them think. So freaky stuff.
Okay? Leave that. They're messing with that now. And because you know why? Israelites are freaky. A lot of them are undercover. A lot of them in the closet. The man and the woman. A lot of them in the closet.
That's a fact.
Yeah, I've been hearing the stories for years.
That's a fact.
Slow down.
Nobody's done nothing about it. Everybody accepted it.
Brown.
But when somebody come up and say, hey, when somebody come up and say, hey, you eating with the blood, you want to shoot and kill him. When somebody say, hey, man, you can't mention God's name, you obey, why can't I? You know what? They're supposed to mention God's name because God cursed them.
Amen.
So that God want them to pile it up. Think about it, man.
calling you no Kohen. I'm calling you Blue. Shalom Blue.
Man, listen, man.
Yellow.
There's a priest around right now. There's a God. He can make an atonement for our sins. We could get better with God.
I told that.
But where is he? Where's the man that consecrated him? Where's the oil? Where was the olives grown to make the oil?
Matt.
Here in Brooklyn?
Matt.
Niggas balling their heads.
Food bazaar, man. You can't take that oil out of there and anoint it. Look, he ain't even anointing himself. They not anointing themselves. They just put a badge on. I'm preaching. That's it. No, bro. Look. I'm explaining to y'all what's going on. See, when you a priest of anything, you eat
Without
free.
working.
You don't have to work. All you do is do the services of whatever the priest is supposed to
Niggas
do.
will come out there.
The people donate. The people bring up. Okay. This has been going on from old. This has been a setup all over the world of old. So when the people stop bringing up, when Israel stopped bringing up their sacrifices and their tithes, God don't eat none of that stuff. And the food ain't going up in there sitting spoiled. There's no fridges.
Niggas will bust that down.
That's them who they got their families living there too.
Right,
The high priest got his
right.
family. They don't just got a little priest.
That's
They
a
got
fact.
their families living
That's
there.
Right, children. That's a fact.
There's certain quarters where the family live, man.
That's a
Because
fact.
he can't leave.
Can't
So they
leave.
got to stay in there. They could go out. They could go in and out. But he can't leave.
That's a fact. And he the one
So he
provide.
got to feed
He
them.
provide for them. That's right. That's right.
Daniel,
That's right.
he took flour. Poured it all over the floor.
Oh, yeah, that's good. It's tough, though.
So they got priests, so-called priests of Babylon, right? The people are bringing stuff, and they're saying that this statue was eating it, or this thing that they call God is eating it. And he said, I'm going to show y'all they ain't eating it. Next day, you come in there, you see footsteps,
Little and young.
of little ones.
Yeah.
And big.
Grown and little adult
That
footsteps.
means the nigga family.
Footsteps.
Yes.
His family.
So he said, look, the coast is clear. A secret door, he opened, the whole family
From the
come
back.
in, and they eat, take, boom. But they telling you
God.
that what you believing in is eating it. And as long as you keep giving up, they said, it don't sound familiar. Today, around the corner, down the block, but back then it's been going on. Yes. That's why you have so many priests today. So many teachers, so many, all of these grandioso guys. Hey,
Do they?
and some of them are down with the clergy office. The clergy office is the Catholic office that allows Jews and others to get a license to marry people within their congregation.
Yeah.
My man, stop shaving.
Okay? That's where the shaving also comes in from. Most of them are Masonic. You have to shave to be Masonic.
I know some
Yeah,
Israelite
most of the
Masons.
Israelites that shaving and bowing their head, they Masonic.
I know some Israelite Masons.
Okay? Let's stop talking like we don't like this thing don't exist. Okay? Let's stop acting like that. All right, end it out.
And thou shalt eat there before the Lord thy God, and thou shalt rejoice thou and thine household. And the Levites that is within thy gates, thou shalt not forsake him, for he had no part nor inheritance with thee. At the end of the 3 years, thou shalt bring forth all the tithe of thine increase the same year, and shalt lay it up within thy gates. The Levites, because he had no part nor inheritance with thee. The stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, which are within thy gates.
That's who eat the types. The type. That's who eat. That's who Tobit was giving out the food to. The priest, the sons of Aaron, the widow, the fatherless. That's who they was looking out for when those days came up. So with that, I hope you got something out of what was brought earlier today and just now. And I'll get you out of tongue about forefathers. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shalom.